Hi everyone, welcome to the session. Thanks for joining us. Hope you all had a good lunch. And welcome to day 3 of the IEEE VILS hosted by the Madras section. I'm Aishwarya Banla. I chair the Women in Engineering Singapore section, and I'm also part of the steering committee of the VILS 2020. And today, I'm very pleased to welcome two wonderful speakers and my very good friends as well. Sunita, Preeti, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So before I hand over the stage to them to talk to us on the art of balancing, I'll introduce both of them. So Sunita is technology leader. She's a commercial asset manager for APAC at Diageo Singapore. She's also pursuing ACTP life coaching certification from ICF. She is a mother of two lovely daughters, a budding entrepreneur, and a photography enthusiast. And our second speaker is Preeti. Preeti is an ex-banker with international experience. She is a full-time yoga instructor and also an associate certified coach from ICF. She's also certified neuro-linguistic practitioner. And Preeti also volunteers with FOM Minds Singapore, and she is mother of two lovely children who are pursuing their dream education. Welcome, Preeti and Sunita, and we look forward to hearing from you on this topic of art influencing. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so can I start sharing my screen?
Yes, please.
So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our session for this afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for all those of you who have dialed in and who are listening to us. I was just telling Aishwarya and Pramod sometime when we joined in is we have got a very difficult slot because this is like the afternoon slot after lunch, and the challenge is for us to keep all of you awake. So please help us by participating. This session cannot be complete till all of you participate, ask questions. So feel free to unmute yourself, type your questions, and ask. Because the more you ask, the more you participate, the session will be more complete at the end of 2 hours. So thank you once again. The thing about the concept that we are talking about today is it's a very fluid concept. I'm sure you would have heard a lot about it. There are so many self-help books on balancing, on ikigai, if you pick up the net. So what we are explaining here is something what Sunita and I have used, something that we do it on a day-to-day basis for our life, and we have found it very helpful. That is the reason why we decided to bring it for the group today. So in the next 2 hours, what is that you can expect? So we are going to be talking about, while Aishu has introduced us, we will be talking a little more about ourselves to give you a context from how this concept came about in our life. So you will be able to resonate to that concept, that why we are talking about this today. After we have done the introduction we will go through with the concept of art of balance. So we would like you to participate in this. The concepts of goal setting, because we cannot have balancing without setting of goals. So we will want you to participate along with us, go through the flow of goal setting. We'll use an analogy that we thought is very close to an art of balance. We try to bring it as close as possible, trying to explain to you the importance, what are the tips that you may need to look at when you are setting these goals. And finally, we try to bring a hands-on session. So before we start introducing ourselves, I would request all of you, if you can start putting in at least one line about yourself, from where are you dialing in, and your name, and your profession. If you could type that in the chat, that would be great. Sunita, are you able to see the chat?
I can see the chat. No one is.
Okay, if there is no participation, then I think we will have to. Okay, thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for that. I think, did Aishwarya type? Yes.
Ashwin, System Engineer, TCS.
Thank you. So, Sunita, since we don't have anybody, yeah.
Okay, well, I think they're coming in. Okay,
yes. Let's wait. Fantastic.
Anuvinda Krishnan.
Krishnan.
Nice.
So TFI is Teach for India. Jalini, hello there.
Ah, okay. Nice.
Pramod is electronic engineer. Thank you, Pramod.
Chennai. Awesome. How many participants do you have?
We have 15, 16 now in all.
Okay.
Guys, feel free to introduce yourselves.
Yeah, if you don't want to type, you can talk too.
Hi everyone, Priyanka here. I used to be a part of NUS while I was in Singapore, and then I moved back to India right now.
Great, Priyanka, have we met?
Oh.
It's the same Priyanka.
Hi, Tracy and Sunita, how are you guys?
Nice to hear your voice.
Good to hear your voice.
Yes. So I recently had a baby, so I am here right now in Chennai.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Thank you. How are you both?
Doing.
Tracy and Sunita. Yeah, I do miss all the meetings, definitely. And I've been waiting for times to at least connect virtually when
Yes.
meetings happen. So luckily, Aishu sent me the link.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Sri. From Indonesia. Wow. Nice.
Okay. So, Sunita, should we move on?
Yeah.
So, we'll move on to the speaker introduction. Sunita.
Okay. I guess Aishu is already kind of run through the credentials. Basically, I'm from Bangalore, born and raised in Bangalore, but I've been in Singapore for the last 16 years. Full-time corporate job. There was a time when it all tanked and I started pursuing new things. So life coaching has come into my life, and now I'm pursuing life coaching. Other than that, I have two, wonderful daughters. There are a lot of interests that I'm working on right now, but nutshell is I'm still becoming, never done. Still learning, still becoming, trying to be the best version of myself. So that's me.
Thank you, Sunita. So over to me. While everything Aishu mentioned, I just take you through a short introduction about myself. What's not written here, of course, is I am a trailing spouse. So I follow my husband everywhere he gets transferred to, and a mother of two children. On the professional front, I like to associate myself as a banking operations expert. I have been in the banking field for 20 years, and I call that as the love of my life. So, but until one day, 5 years ago, I just decided that I want to take a break. And that's when I decided to look at what is that makes me happy. And that's when yoga came into my life and coaching also followed. So I started working towards my purpose for about last 5 years, I would say. And in this journey is when I met Sunita, I have met Aishwarya, I also met Priyanka briefly. So with Sunita, myself, Aishwarya, we have connected. We have a lot of things in common. And one of the things that we associate our work here in Singapore is like the things that we have in common, not only is our birthday month common, but also the work that we do. So we both are coaches. We are from the corporate background. We have been serving women here in Singapore. We both have this instinct of serving women. So being from the corporate world, we understand that what it takes, what are the challenges every woman goes through in her day-to-day work, managing your family, bringing a balance in all this. And this is why we thought that this topic would be very appropriate for a group like yours, where we could share our experience of how we are bringing in this balance while we are working towards our goals. At the same time, we are managing this balance. So this is how this concept of art of balance did come up. Before we proceed, we would like to check with all of you, what does art of balance mean to all of you? So you can unmute, you can type in the chat, just to understand, and let's see if we are all on the same page. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, and I'm also curious, like all of you guys are tech guys from engineering background, obviously this topic has lured you guys in. So we just want to know why, like what brought you here and what does this really mean to you guys? I think it'll be good to have some conversation about that, or just type it in the chat. What made you come to this session today?
Okay, Sunita, should I stop sharing? What do you think? Would that be better if screens are on?
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, there's no right, there's no wrong answer here. We just want to hear your perspective. Yes, to be a successful career. Okay.
You need balancing career and personal life, Ashwath, to lead successful career. Okay.
Okay.
What else?
Feel free to put on your cameras, please. It'll be nice to see faces as well.
To get to know how to handle and tackle things in an innovative way. Okay. What about Muhammad? Can we hear from you? Anu, Shri?
What is art of balancing for all of you? What does it mean to you? If anybody would like to unmute and speak, please feel free to do so.
To be able to do things you love without having to compromise a career or personal or social life. Interesting, very nice.
Very interesting.
To balance.
So for me, I think personally, art of balance is a combination of personal life, work, and personal interests, most importantly. So it's personal life usually revolves around your spouse or kids or people who don't have kids. It's mostly family. But I think there's a additional portion for that is basically taking care of yourself, personal interests and personal well-being, mental well-being. So I think all the three comes into place when it comes to art of balancing, at least for me.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Very beautiful.
I like Arun's to balance learning in college and learning by ourselves.
Yes.
Nice. Any more thoughts? To accomplish all tasks in life and lead a happy life, says Shri. To all tasks in life and be happy. Okay. So that's interesting how everyone have their own way of looking at this, and everyone has their own definition of what balance actually means. So Preeti, the notes are seen, the slides are not seen.
So you cannot see the slide?
Now I can see. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's see. I mean, after we finish, maybe we'll pose this question again, and let's see if people have had a chance to rethink what they actually think about balance in the new way. Okay, let's see if we manage to convince you guys to look at it differently. Okay, so I have here three beautiful paintings. I mean, they're so vibrant, so colorful. They're very famous, right? Obviously, these are famous paintings. And the reason why I started off with the painting was because at the end of the day, we all are trying to create a grand vision for ourselves in our lives, right? We are all trying to, if we have to give the analogy, is that we are all trying to paint a beautiful picture that at the end of the life, if you look back, we have lived a very, holistic and a life that is fulfilling, to say the least, right? So, and the picture or the painting is very different for everyone. What I want as a priority in my life, or the way my life picture is not necessarily the same as what Preeti would want from her life, right? We all come from different backgrounds, different belief systems, different conditioning. So the way we view our life and what we want from our lives are very, very different. Okay. But ultimately, at the foundation of all, there is a hierarchy of needs and motivations that we all are driven by. But how those manifest is completely different for different people. Okay. So I don't know how many of you know actually the Maslow theory of like hierarchy of motivation. So everyone starts with the survival instincts and wanting to survive and have the basic needs, and then it goes up the hierarchy. So what I'm trying to say here is grand vision is different for everyone, right? And how it manifests is different for everyone. So when we start to think about our life, and the stage that most of you, I'm gauging by what you have typed in the chat, are like all of you are very, very young, like young adults. It's a great place for you all to start thinking about life in a much more holistic way, and not just, just your career or just in segments. Okay. And that's what we are trying to do, because where Preeti and I have come from is that we have transcended those phases where we thought, oh, career is the most important thing, or one particular thing is the most important thing. Yes, they are important, but as you go through life, you realize um, you have lost a lot to make a lot. Okay. And that's important, and that's one of my passion area as well, because I want to tell young adults to look at life differently and not make the same mistakes that we made, right? And not look at the life in a similar way that we did. Okay. And realize it sooner, because I think time is such an important factor in our lives. We all have limited time, so how we use the time is so critical, and how every day we strive towards a very balanced life is very, very important. Okay. So that was what I was trying to say in this canvas. So from today, I invite all of you guys to look at your life as a grand canvas and see all the little details you want to fit in, so that at the end of your life, you feel like you've had the most beautiful journey. Okay. And is it going to be without challenges? Absolutely not. Life is not a straight line. It's going to go up, going to go down. But within all of it has a lot of beauty on how we mature as people in order to handle the situations. And that's what makes the whole painting very beautiful, right? We start to become something much more stronger, much more beautifuler than what we were. So every experience in our life teaches us a lot of things, right? And how we take it is purely dependent on us. So I invite you all to start thinking about your life as a painting and all the things that you want in it. Okay. Now, if you think from that perspective, I'm sure it's not just career that will come. There'll be a lot of other things that will start to come into the picture, right? And into the puzzle. So that's what I wanted to talk about in this. So Preeti, if you could just go to the next one. All right. Now, um, when we talk about life and the balance within, there are two aspects to life. One is the things that are in our control, okay, and the things that are not in our control. Now, the things that are in our control are, how do we spend our time? What do we do with our day? and how do we manage our relationship, how do we respond to people, and then how do we actually do goal setting, or what is it that we want out of life. All of these kind of questions are something which we can answer for ourselves, so it is in our control. Okay, then there is another part, which is life, right? With all of its beauty of uncertainty and the magic, it keeps unfolding and bringing to us scenarios and situations which will challenge us all the time. So, for me, one of the important factors of having a very balanced life is also how you can be balanced with deliberate living, which is all about being very, very mindful and conscious about what are you setting your priorities on, where are you spending your time and energy, who are you investing your time and energy on, or what topics or what goals, and all those are very, very deliberate, because you are thinking about it and you're taking actions. So I think someone said they're pursuing engineering, right? So there was a thought, I want to do this because that's the career I want to make. So you took actions, right? You went and wrote your entrance exam, then you enrolled yourself in a college, and now you're doing the course, you're finishing all your semesters. Now, those are very much structured, they're very deliberate, you know the path you're going to go. But then there is another part, which is effort, which is the fluid part of life, because there are so many uncertainties that can keep coming, which we have absolutely no control on. And 2020 is the biggest example of that, right? On January 1st, 2020, all of us had a lot of plans for this year, correct? But it just went haywire. Like, all of us for the first time felt how little control we have over our environment, or over what we could do. And the world had to change and adapt, and that is the part of being fluid, right? There are certain things that you can't control, and then people started taking deliberate actions to overcome the challenge, right? So life, to think about life as a delicate balance between these two activities all the time. So I thought in my 20s, I had figured out my life. I knew I want this career. I want to have these sort of experiences. I wanted to have two kids. And then I wanted to travel around the world and everything. And I think by the time I was like 30, 35, I had hit all the milestones, like everything was done. But then deep down, I just felt so hollow, because there was so much of imbalance in terms of just doing certain things because I had to do, and then I completely let go of the things that genuinely makes me happy. Because out of the list of to-dos or to becomes, most of it is what society tells us to be, right? Okay, as a girl, you get married, then you have kids, and then job is optional, whether you want to have no, those kind of stuff. So I had to really take a hard look on, this is what society is telling me to do versus what is it that I really want to do as well. Okay, so you see how the whole balancing act comes into the picture in so many different points in our lives. And if we are not fluid to bring that in and allow new experiences to come in, then we'll never be able to have a fulfilling life, is what I was trying to say. Okay, now we should just go to the next one. So just taking the whole analogy of the painting, um, in our lives, guys, what will happen is, even though you guys are young and still studying, I'm sure there are a lot of, sorry, there's a lot of background noise. If people are not talking, just go on mute, please. Thank you. Preeti, just like.
Okay, I'm just going on mute. Sorry, Sunita. Sorry. Because my screen is getting shared. I'm not able to go on mute. I'm so sorry about it.
No, the slides have gone back as well. On front. Yes. Okay. So how do you get the creative balance of life, right? So I'm going to take the same analogy of the painting. So there are some days when we feel really low, and those are the days we want a more of maybe support from our family, or we just want to lean on our friends, or do something that really brings our spirit up. Then there will be other days when you're feeling extremely productive and you're doing your goals and you're, in your office, you're being super productive and you're getting through all of your tasks that you need to do and things like that. So even on a everyday basis, you will need to choose how do you bring the balance. Okay. So now if I just go back, there are two ways to look at balance. Okay. One is at your macro level, which is your entire life. How do you want your entire life to shape up? And what are the areas or what are the different segments in your life that you want to give priority for, right? Which will give a sense of balance for you. Now, say for example, for guys, okay, they want to study, do engineering, whatever, and then there is another part where they want to just spend time with their friends, go traveling or play sports or whatever. Now if they don't do these kind of activities which will bring the balance in them, they feel like, oh, I'm missing out on life, right? And the same way for girls as well. So in different phases of your life, the balance keeps shifting in terms of, okay, what is it that I really want, and how do I feel like I'm not overdoing one thing and I'm not living my life, and I'm just feeling like a chaotic mess, right? So from a macro level, it's important that you guys at this age really sit down and think about what does balance look like for me in terms of, yes, I need to achieve this, and in which areas. Okay. So it could be that, yes, I need to finish my engineering or I need to finish my degree. After that, I need to get my master's and then I need to find a job. But in the parallel, I also have to start to take care of my health. I need to also take care, what else can I learn? How can I support my family? How can I start to look for another relationship or like a partner in my life? See how all of these different puzzles you need to start thinking about, which will then make you feel like, yes, I have some semblance of balance in my life, right? And that is more on the macro level. It's like, how are you designing your life? Now, on the micro level, it's more around on an everyday basis. How do you make a choice to have some sense of balance? Because there will be days, like for example, the days when you have exams. I'm sure you're not going to focus on a lot of other things, but just focus on the exam, and you just need to get through it. But there will be other days when you have nothing much to study, but there are other things you could do. And all I'm trying to say is, on a daily basis, be aware and be conscious how you're spending your time and energy. Because if you don't start doing that at this age, very soon, by the time you hit 40, you all are going to be burnt out and you all are going to think about, reflect and see, what the hell was I doing in the last 30 or 20 years? Right? My life feels so lopsided. Like, you could be doing extremely when you're well in your career, but all your relationships have crumbled, or your relationships are good, but your career has not reached anywhere and your financial stability is rocky. So there could be imbalance in so many different ways. So I would encourage all of you to start looking at life a bit more in holistically, and also look at every different aspects of your life as well, be it relationship, be it your financial stability, be it your emotional well-being, your fitness level, your health. So don't just compartmentalize yourself to just one thing, saying, if I make it in career, I'm successful. No, it doesn't work that way. It is important that all of you start to look at life in a much more like a 360-degree view, and really get very, very conscious on, okay, how do I take my career forward? How do I ensure there is financial stability, right? How do I make the right choices to make the investments with my money? Or how much should I splurge on my hobbies? How much can I travel? And what kind of relationships and friendships do I need myself to be surrounded with? Now, as you start to get conscious about all this, you will realize that your life will start to get in an order, right? There will be an order, and there will be an ease and a grace towards it, because every activity that you're doing is something that you have controlled and you have thought through. It's not something that it is just coming left, right, and center, because life has its way to throw the things, but at least when it comes, you are in such a place that you can take on these challenges, right? So I before I hand it over to Preeti, hold the space, hold the thought on, just start to imagine all of your lives, say 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. How would you want it to look like? Okay. As you hold the thought, we'll just do a quick check-in, and then we'll go into a little bit more detail around how do we think about the framework for coming into the balance?
Can we ask people to type in your, thank you, Aishu. Successful career, yes.
So as a young graduate, will there be tendency to get overwhelmed to start thinking about these several aspects suddenly? Yes, absolutely.
So anybody else?
I'm going to pick on names. Arun, you mentioned for you balance is learning in college and learning by ourselves. I'm just curious why there wasn't mention of anything else in your balance, or are you just looking at this just from the perspective of, okay, I just need to finish my degree?
Yeah, yes, actually, for me, I find it difficult, because apart from college life, I spend most of my time, doing extra work so that I can, do well with my career. But what happens is, college stuff, all those assignments, all those works, you just, tend to put all your time. So I just find hard to balance both of these. So most of the time which I start working on my, extra works, will start only after, midnight. So that's what I found it hard actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so when you say extra work, is it related to still studying, or are you doing something different to, and are you earning through that?
yeah. Actually, I want to be an entrepreneur, so
Okay.
I'm just working on that. I'm working on a startup idea.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I just have to, yeah, I'm doing a couple of freelancing projects, to gain the budget for that. To
Yeah.
gain the, yeah, so I have to work overtime. See, that means, losing many things. Like you can't hang out with your friends as much as you want to.
Yeah.
You can't play, something like that.
Yeah.
So I find difficult in that way. That's what I find.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. But I want to ask you, Arun. You mentioned you were doing startups and you're doing some freelancing. Um,
Yes,
Obviously, you're doing that because you're passionate about it, correct? And there is something with the startups that you are trying to do. So,
yes.
do you feel imbalanced and do you feel unhappy, or is it do you feel imbalanced but yet happy?
Yeah, I feel imbalanced but yet happy. That's actually true.
Right.
Because I know I'm doing something productive.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm that's sure.
Yeah, wonderful. See, that's a good space to be in where you're imbalanced in terms of your time and energy, right? In terms of what you're
Yes.
investing your time and energy. But at deep down, you're feeling a sense of you're feeling a sense of worth, right? Like because you're doing something and hence it is mentally you're very happy.
Yeah, true, true.
Now, what is important to understand is that you mentioned you're not able to spend time with your friends, your family, and things like that. Now, you need to consciously think, okay, I'm spending so many, we have 7 days in a week, right? Is there any day I can really switch off from my work, from my studies, and just give it to my family and friends? Even if it's not for the whole day, maybe like a Saturday after evening or a Sunday evening. Can I take the time out and do something else? Because one thing I want to tell you, Arun, when you take active breaks, your brain functions better because it's got some time to rest and relax from the task you're doing, and you're just having
Yeah,
fun with people. So it is actually productive because it will help you come back with a much fresher brain and fresher way to look at things as well.
yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah,
So something for you to start considering because life without play is not worth it. Work, 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 work is good because it gives us a sense of satisfaction. But if you don't have that playtime, that downtime, your brain will not, refresh.
yeah,
So
yeah.
to
I
speak.
understand.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Sorry, and I picked on you.
Thanks, no.
Okay, there is some more. Ashwant, need to focus more to avoid an external. Okay, Ashwant, can you talk to us about it? What do you mean by external disturbances? Ashwant?
Uh, I, I don't see him, Sunita. No, I don't see Ashwin.
Ashwant, you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Oh, yeah, he's. Okay.
Maybe I'll come back to Ashwant. I want to ask Priyanka because she's a new mom. Priyanka, how does how does balancing look like for you now? Consider as compared to previously when you were not a mom.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking, Sunita. So the thing is that I did really shut down myself. So that's what I've been doing for a while. It's been 2 months since I gave birth, and my kid is 2 months old right now.
Uh-huh.
And I've been imagining how I'm going to balance work, social life, child, family, and everything together. And it does sound quite scary, but looking at a lot of peers who have been balancing that pretty well. So I'm hoping, I'm kind of planning and structuring how I'm going to carry this forward. So I'm doing the groundwork right now, but frankly, I have not read a lot of WhatsApp messages. So because that takes a lot of quality time that I could spend with, my kid and the family around. So I do really give importance to personal messages rather than group messages. So that's where I'm lagging behind, but I try to keep that on the back end because that's not really important. And catching up on the sleep is something extremely mandatory right now for me compared to anything else. So I think for every phase of life, so the things that we have to structure changes time to time. So before birth, during pregnancy, I had diet as my priority and sleep as a priority. So I wasn't really, and I did have time to engage with social life. But however, after that, now social life has completely decreased, and I know that's important right now. And after 4 months down the line, when my maternity leave ends, I really have to catch up with my work, and that's going to be a nightmare for sure. And so for a while, I'm sure I would have to shut down my personal life again because career has to be, I have to catch up with that before I kickstart with, my normal routine in life. And yoga being a part of my life earlier to pregnancy, I think that is something that I want to give importance to. The way I keep thinking and structuring for every phase of life, the priority keeps changing. Meaning, even by a couple of months down the line, the priority changes. So that's what I've realized after having someone added to the family. So it's extremely important to raise a very healthy life because I think when health is down, everything else is down.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, and I think in a very conscious way, you're also you mentioned a couple of times you're structuring and you're not doing certain things like checking group messages. Now
Yes.
these are all the deliberate effort that we can put in to ensure that our time is not leaked. Our time and energy is not leaked in unwanted places, right? And it is in the places where it needs to be, because it's easy with social media and everything to just while away time and just get caught up in those kind of stuff. But like you mentioned, I think you're already doing is to become more conscious. Okay, this is what I need to do right now, this is my priority right now, right? And also, Priyanka, one thing I'll tell you is that enjoy the phases you are in. Like, don't already start to think about end of 4 months I have to catch up on work and it's going to be a nightmare. No, when it comes, you catch up. Okay, but right now you just enjoy the feeling of being the mother and enjoy your baby, because let me tell you, they
Agree.
outgrow so fast that you don't even realize, and that phase is just gone out of your memory. So I think just learn to enjoy where you are and enjoy the phase. And likewise, I want to tell Arun also, like, enjoy this phase you are in, where you have a lot of time to do these kind of stuff without anybody bothering you, and nobody is asking you questions. Because the minute you are married, trust me, there will be people knocking on your door and keeping you accountable for the time you're shut down in the room. So
Sure.
we all need to start to enjoy where you are doing what you're doing. And not get caught up on the future and, okay, how am I going to do it in future and things like that. So it's very, very important. So Priyanka, that's thanks for sharing, really.
Thank you, Sunita. Yeah, thanks for your inputs as well.
I want to ask Janani. Janani, you mentioned balancing career and personal life. Would you want to share anything with us? Like where do you feel the imbalance is right now?
Yeah. So regarding like when I joined in my fellowship, so it's a new to me. Like I'm a Janani, right?
Yes, Janani, yes.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, when I joined in my fellowship, I joined in IT first, but I couldn't able to like withstand the pressure. So I joined in my fellowship, and then when I joined in my fellowship, like it also took from morning it starts and evening at which time I couldn't like I couldn't say like it might end at 8 or it might end at 9. So it's a way long thing, and during that time I couldn't just concentrate on my personal life or my personal growth or doing any activities or like doing some skills like I could improve my skills.
Yeah.
So this is what I have to learn. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And right now, how are you going about it? Are you doing anything about it, or you're just going with the flow in terms of your fellowship and things like that?
Yeah, I'm just figuring my way out. Like I didn't get anything right now.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think one thing I can share here is, I guess it depends on, because obviously this is very very important for you, and it's important that you get through this whole thing, right? And it is demanding for you. So another conscious way to be is also to make peace with where you are, to say, okay, I'm doing my fellowship, it's going to last me another, I'm just making it up, maybe 4 months, right? And I'm just only going to focus on that so that I'll get through that. But also start planning what next, because that will also keep you energized. Okay, after this, what am I going to do, right? And it's not like from Monday to Sunday, the whole of the week you're doing something. So make sure that you're taking some time off to do something that really really makes you happy, or anything, any extracurricular activity which is not related to your studies, if that makes sense. Are you able to do anything like that at the moment?
Yeah, I do cooking like when I feel so much stressed, like I'll go for cooking. So I
Okay.
do that. That makes me happy.
Okay. All right. What would balance look like for you though? Like, what would you want to happen?
To say the truth, like the reason I joined the fellowship is like I have to write my civil exams. So like I couldn't able to prepare for it right now. So if I am able to prepare for it and concentrate on it, so it would be a balance in like personal life and also in my career.
Okay. Okay. Right. And what is stopping you from getting that sort of focus?
Since I'm new to this, like I don't know how to like manage the fellowship and it's all virtual. So I'm getting calls from the parents like I teach the students. So that is a fellowship means. So teach for India means. So I teach unprivileged students like
Okay.
due to this virtual thing and all, I have to concentrate more on them because they make the most out of it.
Mm,
So it's getting difficult during this virtual time. Also, I get time, but at that time, I have to concentrate on my family, help my mother. So it goes on like that, but I cannot get time for myself.
right. Right. Have you considered taking like getting mentored by someone who's already done this to find out how they have coped or how they can help you?
No, not anyone.
Okay, maybe that's another thing, because often what we think is like, we have to figure out our own problems, but it's also good to reach out to other people more senior who have already been, already done this, and speak to them about your issues or your challenges, and you'll be surprised at the kind of support you will get, or at least the ideas you might get from them to solve your problems. So that's another way to look at it.
Sure, I'll try to get someone like who can mentor me. Like I'm
Yes.
just searching for it. Yeah, definitely I will get it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so Janani, and if I may just add, one of the things of, going towards your goals or going towards understanding yourself or even achieving something is being vulnerable. So don't hesitate to ask. If you think you need help, make sure you ask. And it works wonders. So do try that.
I get it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Ashwant, would you
Yeah,
like to share this?
yes, Preeti. I'm extremely sorry. My network was disconnected in
No
between.
worries, no worries.
No
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, fine. So basically, I would like to focus more on myself, how to avoid distract from external disturbances. So basically, I'm a workaholic person, so I will use to schedule myself to keep engaged in order to miss out anything. But no matter, however, if we are scheduled based on some external disturbances, it might be any of maybe our previous plan got extended, or else some family need my help. So with those things, how we can manage, even though if my family needs me, I can't able to lose that one as well. That is my high priority. But at the same time, my schedule is also will be in that. So how to balance these situations? Because if this takes to extend all my work very late and end it on time, it's difficult to end it on time. So how to balance this one? Because this will keep enhanced to the next level
Mm,
in terms of professional life as well as personal life.
yeah. So you mentioned you're a workaholic. What is the nature of work you do?
I am working in TCS and parallelly doing a volunteer in IEEE as well, and other
Okay,
entity like Toastmasters,
okay, okay,
and mentoring students with respect to technicals and management skills.
okay. So obviously you are involved in a lot of stuff, but all great things, which obviously I'm sure is making you feel very, very good, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that's keep me moving actually.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, we are in a culture where we are taught that we have to be busy, we have to do a lot of things, and that is what success looks like and everything. Nobody tells us take a break, just pause and all that. So what I would want you to think is, okay, where is balance for me? Because you, on one side you said family is my priority, and then on the other side you said, oh, if there is work thing, I don't know how to give time to them, right? Because
Yeah,
if something
exactly.
is priority, which means you give that time no matter what. So that means somewhere you are conflicted in terms of what your priorities are, right? So it's great because the age that you are in, it's such an age where you want to prove yourself, you want to do a lot of things, and you want to become something. And you're working for TCS. I'm sure you have a lot of clients from everywhere, and there's a lot of interaction. So it's a very exciting place to be. But you will burn out soon if you don't come to think about it in a way where you feel like, yes, I'm doing all of this, but I do take time out for myself to do the things I like play or be spend time with my family, and do those kind of things. Because otherwise what will happen is your scale will tip. Career, you will do extremely well, but you'll miss out on friends, you'll miss out on family and things like that. So for you, you need to start thinking about, is there something I can let go? Okay, maybe I'm not going to volunteer next year. I'm just giving you an example. Is there something that can fall off? Or can I manage my time better? Because I mean, of course, if there's crisis in your family and all, that becomes priority. But what I'm saying is that you need to also schedule time with your family. Time. And why I'm telling is, because our lives are very busy, I started scheduling time with my daughter to just spend time with her one on one. So I used to take her out for coffee and just sit with her and talk to her without phones, without anybody disturbing us. And that, even though the whole week I don't talk to her, but I spend that 2 hours with her, it's enough. That's more than enough. So I think you should make those kind of choices and see, okay, now how do I feel? Then you'll feel good. Okay, I gave my time to my mother, my sister, my brother, my friends, and yet I'm doing all of these kind of things. So I think you need to start to think about, how does that balance look like for you,
Sure, that's a
right?
good one, Sunita.
Yeah. And Preeti, I think you should add, because she was
Yes.
workaholic too.
So yes, Ashwath, I was a typical workaholic, and there was not a chance that I would miss for serving, because I used to enjoy that. Anywhere that I could volunteer, I was staying in Chennai those days, going to Tamil Nadu Spastic Society, going to anywhere possible where I could serve. I started doing it. But then, as Sunita said, there was a time when I started burning out. I started feeling tired because while I'm enjoying all this externally, what I was not reflecting was internal. I was not having this scorecard for myself. What the things that I'm doing, how is it making a difference to me as an individual? So, shifting from the human to the being. So, keep asking yourself this question is, I am doing this, yes, but what is the difference that it is making me by doing this as an individual? How am I going to the next level? What is that? So, because every time you do one thing, there's something that you're keeping away. And that something that you're keeping away may be something which is your purpose. So always look back and see, look back and check, look back and check. And this is what we will come to as we take you through. We don't have too many slides. It's a lot of discussion today. So we will take you through this point where we'll be talking about understanding what your purpose is. Yeah. So I hope that helps.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, I want to ask Mohammed.
Mohammed there?
Yes.
Mohammed, can you unmute?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Tell me, Mohammed, how does balance look like for you right now? You're doing a very interesting subject.
Yeah, ma'am, aeronautical.
What do you want to become?
Ma'am, I am just started my career
Okay.
with also management this IEEE, and also I am checking research in entrepreneurship.
You're doing research on entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. So how do you feel your life is right now? Is it too hectic, or you feel like you know where you're going and what you want to do?
Yeah, ma'am. I know what I am doing.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful.
And I have time to share my family and also with my career.
Okay, that's fantastic. So it looks like you are pretty balanced.
Not full much balance.
Pretty much. Okay. Good. I want to ask you, electrical and electronics engineering. Pramod? He was our tech guy. Where did he go?
First, I have some technical issues with running Madras, so I was out it.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you, how's balance for you in your life?
We lost. Okay.
Did you hear my question?
Oh, I'm balancing. Are you asking?
Yeah, okay, it's coming in and going.
No,
It's coming in and going. I think there is a network issue.
Is voice is audible? I am asking to repeat it again. You can't.
We can't.
Me, huh? Oh my god! But I have unmuted in my speak.
Okay, now we can hear you. Now, yes.
Okay, fine. Could you please repeat it again? What did you say?
I was saying, how does balance look like for you in life?
The thing is, the priority which we are giving for a professional make, like I'm in my country, in my family, so I'm paying much more attention. Because what I feel is to starting my career in IT is more important, which I'm thinking of. So I'm paying much more attention and detailing to these volunteering works and stuff, all those things, because I love doing this. Paying attention. I am not sure whether I will be getting placed in this particular company or not, but I don't want to get into that without having a stabilized platform. Whether I am not having a clear view, I will get placed in this company or not. So what I think is I am okay with this volunteering part. So what I feel is the balancing thing can be made only prioritizing the importance which we think of. I'm prioritizing my IEEE career, so I'm just putting all my efforts in this alone. That's why in the networking to session 2, I've asked, is there any career opportunity in IEEE? Many of asking whether is there any career opportunity after IEEE, but I was searching for my job in IEEE as well.
The important question to ask is, why do you enjoy this so much? So it's not so much about IEEE. It is the activity that you're doing for IEEE that you
I
enjoy.
love volunteering with people, and I love to interact with people from different backgrounds because we get to know about that's the practical experience which we're gaining, which we can't even learn in books or something. Only by experience with and by talking and interacting with some people, we can able to know which is good, which is right, and what are the things we have to do to pursue things in a right way, which we have in mind.
Yeah.
And we can uh, 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 rather getting placed in a particular company, it will help us to get into I mean an entrepreneur, or we can be an owner of our own, so we don't want to depend on some other people's for our life. We can stand in our own legs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. And I think you should talk to Aishwarya because she does a lot of volunteering for with so many different groups. She'll also teach you the art of networking and volunteering, and also Preeti for sure. Because
I'm happy to learn.
yeah, that's how you connect because you need to be out there. The only thing I would tell you is don't just get fixated on IEEE because there are so many other things that you can do, and there are so many other forums. So go reach out and reach out in LinkedIn.
And surely I will grow myself in a better way.
Yes, in your
Okay,
profile.
thank you.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. I don't know, Preeti, if you want to add. I mean, this is a very interesting insight in terms of.
Yes, absolutely. And just like how we had Ashwath, also similar to that, Pramod, I would say that find your purpose and do the even the charity work or even the voluntary work. So it's very important to bring that balance in when you go in for a voluntary work as well. Finding the right purpose, not jumping into every opportunity that we get. Find out, is that your purpose? Because if you are not going with your purpose, you're not going to enjoy that. It is going to come and haunt you after some time that, oh, what am I doing? I'm feeling tired. But if it is your purpose, be it how many ever late nights it is, you will still enjoy it. So the minute you know what your purpose is, so that's exactly what we are trying to bring in. About art of balance is a lot about finding your purpose. Find what is that you enjoy. Find what you want to do a few years later. But that
One we plan, for example, I'm now currently preparing for my gate and ILS examination. I will try to schedule my time of things, but I can't able to follow it properly throughout the time. The most of the time I'm trying to postpone the work, and I don't know how to stop that habit. I know it's bad, but I'm trying to overcome it, but I'm not finding the proper way. There will be enough time, but all the things will be I will be doing in the last minute. In the long half preparation alone, I'll be setting out all the things, and I'll be praying to God, oh my God, this is the first and last time I'll be doing this. From next time I won't commit this again. So uh, so I need to know some tips and tactics, how to overcome the thing when we try to postpone. We can do it afterwards. We can do it afterwards. Now we are having so much of time. I have to concentrate on this now. So, is there any tips? Because I need to overcome this. I'm struggling this all my 21 years of my journey.
See, there are some personality types, okay? So there are different kinds of people and different kind of brain systems that happen. So for some, it is like they are able to be disciplined over a long period of time, like every day they can do. For some, they need that push. When the deadlines hit, that's when their brain gets active and they will do a stellar job. They will still do a great job, even though they're just doing in the last minute. So I think there is a lot more we need to talk to you about what is your pattern, what are your habits, and what drives you, because sometimes the motivation that drives different people are different. So I can't just say, hey, everybody do this. It doesn't work that way. So for you, it also depends on how badly you want that and how badly you want to prepare for that. It is not something that's driving you to do it. That's why some people procrastinate, because they don't feel driven to complete that, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
there are different ways, but I think one thing in life you need to understand, we all get to the point where everything starts to become a mundane task and we tend to procrastinate. And that's where the habit of mundane, we call it, like you have to go through that process. Everybody does one part of their activities in their day in mundane, which are boring, but you just need to do it and get through with it. So, like for example, exercise. A lot of people they don't exercise every day, but there are a lot of people who exercise every day. They do it because they know it is good for them, even though they don't like it. They will. procrastinate and they will not want to do it. Their mind plays against it. But it's also how you train your brain on a daily basis. And one of the things we'll talk about later is also habits. So we'll cover that.
Then I need a special counseling with you guys.
Yeah. Yes. We need to understand your individual.
Fine.
Okay.
I will surely get the appointment soon.
Okay. So let's should we move on, Sunita?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You can see my screen. Okay. So we have done with the check-in. And now we are going to be using this analogy of the tree. And so, Sunita, can you all see my notes as well, or how is it?
No.
Okay. So you can see the points. So what we have used is, and as we spoke, many of you mentioned that we are doing a lot of voluntary work. We are spending a lot of time on, even with when it comes to working in organizations, the amount of time that we spend, that is higher, or it is not at a balance. That is, I don't get time for myself, I don't get time for my family, I have to compromise. And this exactly comes to the point of just like the tree. So if you consider your purpose as your roots, as Sunita said, we are creating goals. Your goals are your purposes. So your purpose is something like, which is it deliberate or is it effortless? Think about it. Deliberate goals, as she said, was I want to achieve X million dollars in so many years. Those are deliberate goals. But effortless is working, or the points that are going to be, which are important in the long run. Because what happens after I made this $1 million? What is that I have lost? So think about these things when you are creating especially when you're creating your purpose. Keep these things in mind. And this is exactly where we have used these tips to share with all of you, that when you are setting your goals or setting your purpose, think of it like the roots of a tree. The roots behave like an anchor to the tree. Because what happens is people focus on the top portion of the tree, but they forget that the real importance lies underneath. It is that needs to be strong. Similarly, your roots, your purpose needs to start getting stronger. In fact, Warren Buffett has said that your inner scorecard should be more stronger than the external one. The world's richest man itself says that. So can you imagine the importance of having an inner goal, or having a goal or a purpose which is effortless? So when you're setting these goals, think about what are my key attributes? What is that I think is important for me? And it doesn't come in this 10 minutes, in this 2-hour session, you will not get the answer. You will need time. You will need time to go and reflect with yourself. You will need to stop with what you're doing and think about what is that is important to me. What is that will be important to me 5 years down the line? And allow yourself to change that a bit. It is not that after I get the answer, it is the fixed answer. No, sometimes it changes a bit. And you will in some time get to the right answer of what your goal is, what my goal is, what Rita's goal is, what Aishwarya's goal. They're all different. Everybody's goals are different. So think about your goals. Now, when you're working towards your goals, some of the things that you need to keep in mind is we tend to spend a lot of time in acquiring. We waste a lot of time in acquiring things. And now these things are the very tangible things. Like I would love to go and shop. I would want. So many of us, at one point of time, even for me, my goal was, okay, I'm from Bombay. So I need to have a house in an X place in Bombay. I need to buy a house. That was my goal. That's a tangible goal. But today I feel that after so many years, what stays with me is my knowledge. is the experience that I have gained by working as a banker is something that it has stayed with me. The learning as a banker has made me a very different person. So work towards gaining things which you think are going to stay with you, and those are the intangible things. They are not the physical things. When you're working towards your goals, think of investing on yourself, more about your development. One of the biggest things about in our day-to-day life that we spend on is what we call as addictions. So what do you think are your addictions? So here again, I'm going to stop and I'm going to ask all of you, what do you think are your addictions? If you could put it in chat, if you'd like to unmute.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, please. Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Sheila from Kongu Engineering College.
Yes, Sheila.
Ma'am, I think love towards the family is my addiction.
Wonderful. That's very beautiful.
But sometimes it becomes a major drawback also.
Okay. that's the inherent nature of a woman, Sheila. So nothing new, but yes, it is as a mom, as a daughter,
yes,
all of us.
Mainly as a wife. As a wife.
Wonderful. Your husband is a very lucky person.
But he doesn't understand that, ma'am.
Awesome, Dr. Sheila.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to share what are your addictions?
Sleeping.
Yes, I saw that sleeping. Who else? I have seen some addictions, and I had once some time back was Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. So does that resonate with anybody?
Yeah, I'm an Instagram addict.
Okay. So, but today here, I think one of the things that came up during our discussion was thoughts. So having negative thoughts are the biggest addictions. How many times do we tell ourselves, oh, this will not work? Oh, I don't have the time. So negative thoughts are something which you really need to watch and look for. Addicted to my goal, Mohammed, wonderful. So, but make sure that addiction doesn't affect you, because addictions, when we talk about addiction, it is something that affects the life. Goals have to be more towards bringing a fulfilling life. So if it's an addiction, relook at the goals. And the other thing which I would like to add here is focus, adapt and accept changes. So just like the tree, we use tree as an analogy. So if you notice that trees also, as it springs, there are different seasons. Same way in us also, we should be able to accept changes, adapt to changes. And that is one of the biggest traits that we need to develop. As we grow older, trust me, it gets difficult to accept changes. So if you're able to be fluid as when you're young, you're able to accept changes that are happening around you, you're able to mold to the change that's happening around you, you will start noticing that accepting things, going towards your goal starts getting easier. So is this making sense? Is this, anybody has any thoughts around these points?
Preeti, would you mind if I just share my journey
Please.
On purpose?
Yeah.
So I'll just share with you guys how I started to define my purpose in my life. And I think just like anybody, I finished my BCom, I did my MBA, got into job. I was just doing everything that was as per the template that society wanted me to do. And there was this one particular year where they started an exercise in my office where they wanted to know why people, like what drives people. So they asked all of us to write down a statement on what is the purpose of your life. And that was the first time I actually thought about, okay, what is the purpose of my life? I've been doing all of these things and I feel great. I've earned money and I have kids and da 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 da. But then what is the purpose of my life? And I remember for the first time writing, I want to make people happy. I mean, that is the statement I could come up with after thinking a lot, because when I make people happy, I feel happy, right? So that was my simplest form of purpose statement. And then that really got me to think, because my office was asking me, was the job you're doing making you happy, right? And I was trying to connect how me making others happy can translate in my career life. And because the organization wants people who are more aligned to their values and things like that. So for me, that's how the purpose statement started. Then I started refining it because I really took it seriously and I wanted to find some meaning in life. So purpose is equal to meaning. Okay, you're finding some sort of a meaning in your life, and that's very important. And the meaning can be different. So like Pramod said, he loves volunteering, he loves to meet people, he loves to go and understand, like get to know different people. The reason why he's doing that is because he likes the interaction, he likes the knowledge he gets from talking to people, and he also feels he can contribute to other people's lives. So there is a meaning to what he's doing. And like that, with all of us, with the activities we do, we find meaning, right? And even in our corporate careers, when we deliver a project successfully, or when we are clearing roadblocks for people, it is, in a way, we are helping their lives, and that makes me happy. So that's how I started refining the purpose. And from that day to now, from a coaching angle, it's all about, I've turned my purpose into my future career, right? With coaching, I'm helping people, and helping people makes me happy. Now I'm earning money with that. You know what I mean? So that's how I've turned my purpose into my career, my future career that's going to be. So when you guys think about purpose, always think about the meaning that it brings to your life, because you're, at the end of the day, your life is not just doing and check mark, exercise of, okay, I did this and I earn so much and I have kids and I travel, da, da, da. No, it's like, what did you do for other people? Like, did you leave a legacy of impacting someone's else life positively? All right, it's not people, maybe environment. It's somebody is becoming an aeronautical engineering. Okay, can they improve how we fly in future? Anything that will enhance the lives of people is, in a way, a very meaningful life, right? So when you think about purpose, think along those lines, because then that anchors you, and it can manifest into different ways. Like for me, it manifested as becoming a life coach, but for Preeti, it was more of yoga and then coaching. So it manifested in different ways, but that the deep down the purpose was to serve people, right? To help other people. So when you guys are thinking about it, think in those lines and connect it to your present career or what you're doing, and see if there is a linkage, right? And that's how you need to think. And like Preeti was saying, it's fluid, because as you evolve as a person in your years, you will bring different perspective to the purpose. Now, if I ask Priyanka 2 years back what her purpose was, it'll be completely different to now. If I ask her as a new mother, what is your purpose? She will have completely different idea of what the purpose is. So I want you guys to think, of, okay, what is my base foundation? And it can change, but basic won't change. Like, what is it that you feel the most happy when you do what? So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Sunita. So at this point, can we ask, I saw Shri has been there on the call from the very beginning, Shri or Brijesh, if any one of you would like to talk about your purpose and, is this making sense to you so far?
Okay, in the meantime, I think Aishwarya has a good question.
Yes, Aishwarya's question.
How do we develop a mindset of accepting and adapting? Okay, now, one thing that is constant in life is change, guys. And you guys have to embrace the concept. Nothing will remain the same. Okay, your life is ever evolving and ever changing. So today it might look nice, tomorrow they might just sack you from the work, and they'll say goodbye, and your life is just turned upside down. So one thing is in life, and where the effortless comes in, is that be fluid and be of a mindset that things will change and it will never going to be static. So that will help you be more resilient towards the changes, right? Okay, you're hitting the brick wall. Okay, I have a challenge now. I will deal with it, then move on. Never ever think that your life is going to be static and it is going to be the way it is. Challenges are a norm. Failure in life is a norm. Success is just a peak, and they are fleeting. Happiness is fleeting. What remains are the challenges, the fears, the heartaches, everything. So it understanding that that's how life is, and to work with that is important. So don't get into victim mentality. Why me? Just turn it. Why not me? Test me. Whoever wants to test, God, universe, or whoever. And with every opportunity, it shows you a part of yourself that you didn't know, how strong you were, how courageous you were, how resilient you were. So have the mindset that anything that comes to me, I can handle it, right? And take help. Don't ever think that you need to fight the battles alone. Okay, reach out to people, reach out to coaches, reach out to your friends, family. That will make accepting and adapting to change much easier. And always remember, everybody is going through challenges. Just because on social media you don't see it or people don't share doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Everybody has a battle, right? Everybody has a challenge. So just be in that mindset that yes, anything can happen and I am ready for it, and build that muscle of courage, muscle of strength, muscle of grit and resilience. These skills, once you learn it, no matter what challenges comes in your life, you can handle it easily.
In fact, these days on social media, when we share a very happy picture itself, sometimes, many a times, people are going through a lot of things, but actually, it's a different picture that's being shared. So keep that in mind, that ups and downs are there with everybody's life. So, can I request Newvin, if you could share, what does purpose mean to you?
Navini, do you want to share? If you're ready. So Navini is part of our committee joining us from Sri Lanka.
Oh, okay, okay.
Navini, oh yeah, Navini is there.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
So, what does purpose mean to you, or so far does this make sense, Newvin? Hi, Newvini. Okay, okay, Brijesh, no problem. If you could type Brijesh, that would be also okay. If what purpose means to you, Brijesh, or if anybody, Swati, Kumran, Aparna, we have not heard from you. It will be nice if you all can participate, be vulnerable, speak, ask.
If I can ask one question, was there somebody trying to speak? Okay. So my question was, how do values and purpose tie in when you're trying to, decide if what you're doing aligns with what you want?
See, for me, values are like the foundation, and it is what makes you uniquely you, right? And they are like these, like values, like integrity and honesty, and those kind of things are the ones which hold you, which grounds you. But purpose is more around how do you find meaning, because you could have values and you could go in life very 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 like robotically without actually doing anything about your life, right? Okay, you've done your career, da da da, but not really finding any sort of meaning in life. But value, so for me, values and purpose are, although interlinked, they are different. Purpose is all about how can you serve humanity, if I'm taking a bigger picture, right? How are you as a human being contributing to humanity? It could be as little as, okay, I'm going to make my family the best family ever by contributing and taking care of their well-being, or I'm going to influence 1,000 people. in whatever way possible. Like you are in your field of work, if you come up with some innovation which helps humanity, that is your purpose, because you're helping humanity elevate. Now in that, your values could be faltered, you know what I mean, or it could be strong. So depending on that, then you influence how you execute your purpose as well. You could do things in a very wrong way, you could do right things in the wrong way, or the wrong things in the right way. So your values will keep you grounded in terms of, okay, what is my truth and how do I do it in the right way, which is more aligned to my values. Right. So I think for me, that is the differentiation. I mean, values kind of is the brick, like the strong foundation on which you stand and you execute your purpose.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, as Sunita said, it goes hand in hand. Without values, your purpose is not complete. So all of us are living on a base of values. So each of us come through more or less the same values, if you ask me, but our purposes may be different. Because I think integrity, and we all live on those values, truthfulness, those are those basic values which we live with. Purposes sit on top of it, but they go still hand in hand, and we all have a different purpose. What that is based on our calling. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
Hi, Preeti. Hi, Sunita. Sorry, I just got some issues with the connectivity. I joined like little late. I was in another session actually. One question that I would like to ask you all, like people are saying every time that it's always good to take risks when we are moving towards our life, right? And I've heard like a lot of people saying try to take like healthy risks, and it's very important to have a successful life. So with your definitions, I would like to like clarify what is this term, the healthy risks, which will be like very important to a person's successful life. Yeah, basically like would like to know what should be categorized as healthy risks for our future success.
I mean, for me, I'll let you answer later, but for me, instead of risk, I would call it as getting out of your comfort zone. That is one way of looking at things. Because when people say take a risk, what they're actually intending to tell you is to get out of your comfort zone, right? Because we all have a certain things in our life, and we are very comfortable with that, and we don't want to explore further because we then feel, oh, what is going to happen to the life that I know? Things will fall apart. Oh, if I quit my job to follow my passion, what's going to happen? Am I risking something? So it's all about how can you get out of your comfort zone. Because to be honest with you, unless you get out of your comfort zone, exploration and expansion can't happen because you're stuck. You're stuck in the way you think, stuck in the way you act. So for me, the healthy way of going out of your comfort zone is to first evaluate your action. Is it going to affect other people in your family or your friends or your job, right? Your action, is it going to affect adversely? Now, for family, for example, if you're the breadwinner and if you say, you know what, I'm going to take a risk in my life, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to do something, I'm going to paint. Now, that for me is not a very well thought out, because your action has repercussion on other people who are dependent on you, right? So I think when you guys are thinking about taking risk, always I would say take a calculated risk and have a backup, especially on the financial aspect, guys. That's where we need to get smarter, because most people take decisions in an impulse only to suffer later. So for me, a risk would be a well thought out risk where you have put in all the pros and cons and you have sufficient backups. Because life works in very strange ways. But if you hit the rock bottom, trust me, there won't be many people who will come and support you. So you have to almost assume that you will be on your own. And in that aloneness, can you survive? Can you sustain yourself? That is for me the way to look at um, taking risk. So don't be blinded when people say these kind of things. I always think through every action of mine, because my action has bearing on my kids, my husband, everything. So I would say getting out of comfort zone, make it a habit. Yes, it's definitely needed, but do it in small steps so that you're not putting yourself or anybody else in risk. You know what I mean? And create sufficient backups. If you're not in that position, work till you are able to create that backup. Because all rag to riches story and all is too few and far between. Most of the people's success stories are very deliberate, step by step, 10,000 steps, 20,000 steps, and then they become successful, which we don't see often. So I would say yes, get out of your comfort zone, but take calculated risk would be my response.
Yeah. So yeah, I completely agree, Sunita. Calculated risk is definitely a must. Just to continue with what you said, that the one thing which we also need to keep in mind about taking calculated risk is what is the impact on us mentally.
Yeah.
We take a lot of decisions thinking about goals, about a particular goal or taking a particular change or a risk in life, but what is the impact or what is the toll on me? We definitely keep aside always is ourselves. When you're doing things, consider what is the impact or what is the impact on you physically, emotionally, mentally. Think about it. While family, yes, definitely around with your decisions, what is the impact to your near and dear ones, but also think about what is the impact that's going to happen to me, is what I would like to add
Yeah.
to what Sunita said.
Yeah, and just to give an example, I think for me, when I wanted, in my career, I was struggling really because I wasn't getting any promotion and there was no growth for me. For me, the easiest thing would have been to just quit my job and follow my passion of life coach and everything. But when I really thought through about it, obviously there is a good amount of financial, support that I'm getting from this company, and it was foolish of me to just leave the company. So what did I do? I still went out of my comfort zone and I rolled up, for different courses. I started learning about life coaching and I started investing my time in that. And then I'm also taking my job parallelly. So I'm doing it parallelly so that when it reaches a point when I can quit my job and go full time into my entrepreneurship and life coaching business, I will do it. But I'm working on both in parallel, so I'm not sabotaging a whole lot in terms of the money that's coming into me. Yet I'm also pursuing my passion in my future career. I'm building my future career as well. So it's I'm still going out of my comfort zone and doing something different, but I'm taking very small calculated risks that I'm not affecting anything else.
Nuvini, does it make sense?
Yes, thank you so much. It gave like really good insights into what I wanted to like know about how to take these calculated risks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone. Sunita and Preeti, I think it was really nice advice that you guys just gave. But for a very long time, I've had this confusion within myself. I mean, it could be something very simple to be answered for sure for some people, but that's always been puzzling me. So, not just for me, I mean, I'm not talking to myself. Overall, for everyone who know what their purpose in life. I mean, they do have a certain comfort zone in which they would be really happy. They want to do that. However, the societal pressure, the status pressure, let's say spouse for that matter, who is the most important part for anybody's life, has a very different goals, has different opinions, and their values. The value, I mean, both of our values could be same for the couple, but the channeling method and the purposes are really different. So in this case, when so somebody would be in a compromising situation to channelize their values to something because they want a very peaceful family at the end for most of us, I believe. So at the end, somebody would be on the compromising side, and attaining the purpose of life for that individual definitely becomes quite challenging. And over a period of time, the other person's purpose of life becomes a comfort zone to a certain extent. I mean, they try to mark it to a certain level. And that's how many people's life are. I mean, I can take my mother's to, my mother-in-law's to some of my friends who are leading their life. So what kind of suggestions or opinions you guys have, and how do you think they could pull it out together for themselves as well? to make something or take some actions towards their purpose of life.
Yeah.
So first of all, before we start answering, Sunita, Priyanka, thank you for asking that. And this was one question which we really deliberated when we were preparing this pack. Sunita, do you remember the discussion? It was around this
No,
line.
I know it's a very young crowd. It's a really young crowd, and I'm sure even as young people, like teenagers to college-going students, to put myself in that position, I have been like that. I mean, in search of my purpose, and I make somebody else's purpose is my purpose because that kind of turns out to be easy for me. You know, my friend does this. He's going to start a company. Why don't I, make that a purpose and I'll become a part of it? Or for that matter, I remember in my bachelor's, I had some friends moving abroad for MS, and I made that as my purpose, and I tried doing the same. However, I did not achieve it. That's totally different thing, and my track totally took a different route. So I think this kind of thing applies to a lot of people, but yeah, that's just I was just wondering how would we tackle such situations as individuals.
I mean, I'll give you my perspective, and then Preeti can share hers because obviously we all will think about it very differently. For me, one of the premise with which I always work is that yes, marriage brings two people together. That doesn't mean that two people need to think alike. Okay, because their upbringings are different, their value systems are different, their beliefs are different. But we have to coexist. But that doesn't mean you curtail what you want to really do. Okay, so it's important to communicate what is it that you really want to do, Priyanka. In the sense, like first, okay, before even communicating, the first step is for you to understand what is it that you want to do out of your life. Okay, how do you want to, like, what is your purpose, or how do you want this marriage to be? How do you want your career to be? And what is the goal you are going after? Because once you're clear with that, or at least have a vague idea and a path, then you will be able to articulate that to your spouse and saying, hey, this is what I'm planning to do, and these are the things I may have to do, and I need your support, or what do you think about this? And then it becomes a dialogue and then a conversation, right? So I remember when I got married, before getting married, it was an arranged marriage. So I was telling my husband, to be husband, that for me, my family comes first all the time. That means my mom, dad, and brother, and he will come only next. Okay. I mean, it was the way I was thinking. Then I told him I always have to work. You will never find me not working. I will always be a working person no matter where I am, right? So some of those kind of things I started defining the boundaries. And then I told him, if that is acceptable to you, then you get married to me. Because if you are a kind of person who wants a housewife and you just want your wife to just sit in the house and take care of the house, then I'm not the person for you. You need to find somebody else. So I think the first step is to be very clear in your own minds. What is it that you want? So that you're not sticking to other people's purpose. We are sticking to other people's purpose because you have not defined your own, right? So I think the first process or the first step is to understand what is it you really want out of your life, and then align your situations and your ecosystem around it. Now, will you and your spouse always agree on things? Absolutely not. Because you both are different thinking minds, intelligent in your own way, emotional in your own way. There will never be a point where you're just agreeing to each other. It's like a puppet show. That won't happen. But a healthy conversation and a healthy debate is always good. But keep one thing in the mind, the intention has to be that you are making sure that nobody feels caged in the relationship. Nobody feels like they have lack of freedom to do what they want to do. Right? That is important. So just like how as a wife you will allow him to flourish in his career and you will support him, if that is what you also want, then he needs to do that as well. And for that to happen, you need to think of, okay, how do we co-parent, right? Like, how can my husband actively become the father and help me with the child so that I can go do my job? So you see, it all starts with first you getting clear on what is it that you want to do, and then aligning your ecosystem around it. You need to be very clear to your husband, this is what I want to do. That means so much of my time will go in this. You need to support me in this. if your kids are older, you need to also talk to them. Hey, mama may not be always available for you, but I'm going to make myself available this time. In your offices, you may have to be flexible, because if you have things outside to do, then you have to align that. So first step is always to get clear in your own head, what is it that you really want to do, right? And then start working consciously towards creating an ecosystem that supports that. Will everybody be agreeable all the time? No. Sometimes you have to disappoint people, sometimes you have to say no, and it's okay. You don't have to become a people pleaser, okay? Because at the end of the day, if you're not happy with yourself, trust me, nobody around you is going to be happy. You will spill that over to them. The resentment will come out. So it's important that first you all start to make yourself happy, and then you spread that joy around, and then people will understand. That would be my answer. So Preeti, I don't know what you have to say.
I would extend this further. Is the key to it is communication, Priyanka. So if you are able to communicate clearly, not only spouse here, many of I see the crowd is quite young here. Some of you, may not be in a relationship, but I would say even with family, the important thing is to communicate. And as Sunita said, you first have your goals right. You should know what you want before you align yourself with somebody else. I think, and when you start communicating, you start expressing, clearly saying what is that you want, it starts making the difference, is what I would like to add. Priyanka, does this make sense?
Yes, both of you, Sunita and Preeti. Thank you very much. I totally agree with you, Preeti, that communication and communication also becomes a major role, and the person is quite aware. I think it is a personal efforts that has to come into place to really put forth your views and have a clarity that we definitely this is exactly the purpose, and compromising is something I think that's quite inevitable. It does come and go to a certain extent, but I'm really looking forward to the point where I can take it on a full-fledged, where
Yeah.
the responsibilities and everything becomes pretty lowered down, basically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else, or should we move on to the last part of it? Okay, so the last part of it is here we would like to share with you a model which me and Sunita, as we said, we have a lot of things in common. So we actually deliberated and we came up with this very simple thing. And you could use this, you could make this for yourself. Now, what we came up with was having a purpose at the center. So once you have defined your purpose, so long we have been talking for the last 1.5 hours, we have been talking a lot about purpose. So once you have defined your purpose individually, you work around your purpose. So you then set up your goals for us, like for me and Sunita, the common things that came up was on health. Secondly, what came up was to serve and relationship. Now, this is what came up for us. It may not mean that it is for you as well. This could be different for you. It may be 5 blocks here. It may not be 4. And one is something that you need to keep for yourself. It's totally for you to define. So in under health, I would like to add is when we talk about health, it is not only about physical health. It is about personal, it is about emotional, it is a lot about also the mental health. And these days, there's a lot of focus on mental health than physical health. We don't even know when we start slipping towards depression. So for that, it's very important that you keep watching that out. You keep watching that for yourself. You keep be aware of it, and also watch for that for your loved one. So giving yourself a lot of self-care and self-love, investing in that starts, developing your purpose towards giving yourself a healthy mental health. So the things like to serve or relationship. Now, relationship, Priyanka, you spoke about. So this is what we're trying to come is creating a healthy relationship that nurtures us to help and grow and elevate each other. So this was a thing that we both came up with, but that does that mean that it comes up, you come up with it? No, this is something for you to think about and you come up with your own definition for it. And last but not the least, keep some space for yourself. Always under your goals, keep a point, keep some space where you could define for yourself, this is what I want as an individual. This is what it is me. So, Sunita, you would like to add on here on the model?
Yeah, I think, and what Preeti is saying about that space for yourself is important, because I know a lot. I mean, we all grown up in the Indian parenting, right? Indian parents are what? They're all about, my child has to become an engineer or a doctor or BCom, whatever. So they have the set idea of what the kids have to be. And often we are living their dream. Okay. And soon we realize that is not what I want to do. I didn't want to become an engineer, or I didn't want to become a CA, but my passion lies somewhere else. I would have been great in psychology or a psychotherapist or something like that. So the part where it's your own is something that you do for yourself, okay, which makes you happy. And Priyanka, for people who are married, whether it's a woman or a guy, you all need to find something that is your own, where there is no spouse, there's no friends, there's no kids involved. It's your own thing. Because only when you take time out to do those things, you nourish your soul, okay, and you feel good about yourself. Otherwise, you're going to go into a victim mode, and you're going to go into a sacrifice mode, saying, I'm doing so much for everybody else. Nobody's going to appreciate me, or nobody values what I do. Okay. So it's important that you all are doing something for yourself. And that you define on your own, because for some it could be volunteering service, for some it could be just traveling on the bike and just going to the jungles. It could be different for different people. But make that a priority too, because those are the spaces which nourishes your mind, and your heart, and then you come back as a happy person to then do rest of your roles, you know. So for me, that's a very very important thing that all of you at this age please start to think about. Okay, very very important.
So, I think this is the final one. Sunita.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just some tips on how can you bring the whole balance into place. Okay. So for me, it all starts with self-awareness, and self-awareness is all about knowing yourself. What are you? What makes you happy? What makes you cry? What makes you angry? What makes you upset? What really sparks your soul? Where are you the most happiest? And when you're doing what are you most happiest? All of these things are part of self-awareness, because once you are aware, then you know what to avoid, what to focus on, what not to do. So it's very very important to have the clarity of becoming more self-aware. Okay, there are people who are more introvert, there are more extroverts, there are people who love to read books, some people don't love to read books. So there are all different attributes, and these become very very significant when all of you start to get married and there's a new person coming into your life with their own sort of likes and dislikes. So, in every situation, it's important to understand who you really are, what are your trigger points, and that acts as a very good guide in really helping you manage situations and people as well. Okay, and then stay curious and always have a learning mindset. So one thing, like people like Preeti at she's now in a phase in her life where she's finished off with the career and all of those kind of stuff, and she could have very well sat and binge watched TV and nothing would have happened, right? Nobody would ask her anything. But she's actively putting herself in a learning mindset. She's doing so much of research and learning new things, and she's keeping her mind active and young all the time. And I believe in the same thing. Always be a beginner in life, always be a learner in life. Okay. There will never be a point where we know everything. Never ever. So there is always something new to learn. And usually I keep my Fridays to learn something new. Even if it's just a 1 hour podcast I'm listening to on YouTube on a completely random subject, I do that because it excites my brain. It keeps my brain active. So always adopt that, because then you will not be in a space of arrogance. You will always be humble, and it will always keep your mind very, very young and active. Okay. Then the next one is have a 360-degree view of life. And this is where I'm trying, because in the beginning, some of you said, I want to have a good career, or I want to, do more learning. If you see, all of you just focused on just one or two aspects in your life, but nobody told me that. At least I think only one person said, I want to have a holistic life and I want to have a good well-being. Because when you start to have 360-degree view, what does that mean? Am I taking care of my health? Physically? Am I taking care of my health mentally, emotionally? What about my relationship? Am I giving importance to all the important relationship in my life? Am I calling them, making sure I'm nurturing the relationship? What about my finances? Am I making the right investments? Is my money growing? Do I have enough backup? And all of these things you guys have to think. It's no longer that, oh yeah, somebody's taking care of me, my parents are there for me, blah blah blah. No, you got to own your life. And owning your life means you start taking responsibility for all aspects of your life. People like Preeti and me, we were we all were in our comforts of our home. Then we got married and we went to foreign countries where we didn't have any support. We didn't have helpers. We didn't have family. We didn't have friends. We had to set up our home. We had to take care of ourselves. We had to take care of our family in a completely different environment. And if we didn't have the grit to take care of the responsibilities and think through every different aspect of our life, I don't think we would have reached where we are today. So please be deliberate and really think through, how does my life need to be? And it's okay to think about money, guys. Start to think about financial independence if needed. You all have to make money. Volunteering and everything is good, but also make money, because nobody will come to feed you. You need to take care of yourself. Okay? Important. Then the next one is balance between the human and the being. It's so ironic. In the species that are called human and the being, there is an element of human which is all about doing tasks, goals, becoming something. It's all about the earning and everything that we are doing. But we have completely forgotten the being part. And what does being part mean? How many of you actually can sit in silence with yourself for 10 minutes and not feel bored, or not feel the anxiety that you are feeling? How many of you can actually sit and close your eyes and meditate for 5 minutes? Right? Not many. The minute somebody is left alone, people start to feel anxious. They feel lost. They feel like, oh my God, I need to do something. I need to scroll. I need to listen to music or something. So don't forget the being part, guys. Make sure you all are walking in nature, taking some time out to be still in your body, meditation. Go and play in water. For guys, do some competitive sports, enjoy with your friends. For girls, meet your girlfriends, go for pampering sessions. Take time to nourish that aspect of being, because we have very limited time on earth. Don't waste too much on just do and not just enjoy who you are. Enjoy the being part of it. So make sure that you all are finding a right balance. Then practicality and realism. Now this one is important for me, because often we are all taught to think positive and have goals, and this is how your life needs to be and all that stuff. But practical and realism are different, because life throws curveballs. Life throws so many different challenges. And if you're not in a mindset to say, hey, bring it on, and practically look at things without your filters on, then it becomes difficult. The challenge grows into bigger challenges. So always bring a right balance between your dreams and what is practical and what is real in the world as well. So be grounded, to the realities of things. Like, for example, COVID. It has come. I know somewhere all of us are a bit jittery about our jobs. We don't know how economies are going to pan out. We don't know what changes are going to come, right? Now, if I'm very practical person, I'm going to start building some backups to say, okay, if I lose my job, what's going to happen? Am I covered enough? Can I still send my kids to school? Do my loans get paid? So there is a practical aspect to it. So think about it. Don't be just under the illusion that everything's just going to be miraculously fine. No, deliberate actions, practical realism has to be added into your life. Okay. Timing is all about, there are two things in timing. One is you have 24 hours in a day, out of which 12 hours goes in your sleep. Now, how are you going to deliberately spend the rest of the time that you have in a day? So I used to be somebody who used to just go to office, and then rest of the time I don't even know what I used to do. But over the period of time, once my purpose is clear and once I have a company to run, I have a job to do, and I run these kind of different sessions, I realize that my time, if I don't apportion properly, then it could get chaotic. So morning this time to this time is set for something, evening this time to this time is set for something, and that balance is something you guys decide. Okay, like I have a special time I created just to spend time with my kids, even if it's for 10-15 minutes, it's more than enough because they're big now. So make sure that your time is also managed properly. Okay, don't just be frivolous with your time. It's a very precious commodity and a precious thing for us to have. Same with your energy as well. Time and energy, make sure that you are spending it very deliberately. Be very, to the extent that you can say no to people. Hey, I don't want to meet you because I have something else going on, and that's my priority. You know, so just think about it, because time is not to be wasted, and you guys are in such an awesome age. Young, and so many things you can do with your life. So make sure that you are keeping the time to do the right things that makes you happy. Intention. Now, intention is all about creating an anchor point in your day, in your year, in your month, to say, okay, my intention for today can as simple as just being productive, or I'm just going to be patient today with my kids. Okay, or it's just that I'm going to get through 10 different things. Intention is very important, because the minute you put an intention, all your action starts to match the intention, or you will need to start matching the action. And always make sure that whenever you're dealing with something, there's a purity of intention that you are putting in. Like you're serving somebody, go with a good heart, mean well for them, right? It reflects, because energetically we are always transferring the good, bad, negative. So what you're feeling is what that person will feel as well. So make sure it is always clean, it is always neat. Even for your work, yes, I'm doing corporate job, I might not like it, but the intention is that yes, I'm serving, they're paying me, right? So there is a transaction. Make sure that it is clean and it's coming from a pure place. The same with volunteering. Anything, go with a good intention, and that will always serve you well, right? And then scheduling non-negotiables, and I think this is important for all of us, because non-negotiables means your priorities, right? Now in this, schedule them, and it's so important, because if what doesn't get scheduled doesn't get done. And what I mean by that is that you book your time to say, today 2 hours I will go for a walk, and you block your diaries and nobody else gets that time. Or today 1 hour I'm going to sit and play with my kids, switch off my phone, laptop, nothing around me. My kids will get my full time. So unless you schedule, and it's ironic that we live in a time and age where we have to schedule these things, but unfortunately that's the reality, and I think we just need to get on with it. But what works well for me is I literally schedule things in my diary, and once I schedule, nobody else gets the time. And that way I'm able to balance between my personal life and my professional life very easily. So every day in the morning you need to negotiate with yourself. Today, do I want to give time to this activity or this person? Yes, no, or should I give it to something else? Because time is limited, energy is limited, and you guys are all budding entrepreneurs. You want to have your own company, you want to help others. How are you going to do it if you're not disciplined with your time and energy, right? So just think about it. So think about your priorities. Don't live out family, don't live out friends, guys, please. They're very, very important, right? People who are single, go and date. Go find partners, enjoy, and bring in that beauty in your life as well, because ultimately we all yearn for love and affection and warmth and value from people, which your career and money is not going to give. So make sure that you're nurturing that to the fullest. And I will end with that.
Awesome. Wonderful, Sunita. Thank you. I think with this we are done from our side. Is there any thoughts anybody would have any questions? Because we are, I think, otherwise done on time.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for such kind words, really.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, excellent session as always. Quickly. And thank you so much. I think it's I'm sure it has resonated very well with the crowd, and we will all take away some actionable points to work on. Are there any questions, comments from the floor?
Yeah, we are on LinkedIn. Please reach out to us. And one of the aims of Preeti and myself is to help young adults because we have gone through our life, that part of our life, and we have come to a realization of what should and shouldn't be done, at least for us, to our ability. And it's always good to give young people a head start where they don't have to do the same mistakes. They will actually get a good head start. So we are always happy to help. If you all want to just have one-on-one sessions to just talk through, we're happy to do that as well. Feel free to reach out. I mean, I always get a chance to work with younger kids, younger people. They're so full of energy. So it's please do that.
I've shared both Preeti and Sunita's LinkedIn profiles in the chat, so feel free to reach out to them. And also, we would like you all to add in your feedback and comments for the speakers on the Padlet link, which is in the chat as well. So do share your thoughts there. And
One more thing I need to add before leaving this session.
Yes.
Also, as we can have.
Yep. Do turn on your cameras, and meanwhile, I would also.
I request all the participants to turn on your cameras.
Hi, Sally. Let me also share our e-memento. Are you guys able to see my screen?
It's plain. Nothing is coming.
It's a little slow. So, in the spirit of virtual meetings, we present you with a virtual memento. So,
It's an honor. An honor. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you again for your time. And Sunita, thank you.
Thank you.
I see that you all have the 12-12 date on your mementos.
12.
Yeah, 12-12 is wonderful. 12-12-2020.
And really thanks to Sunita ma'am and Preeti ma'am for your valuable session. So I have attended a lot of webinars through this virtual after the lockdown, but this many webinars has been reached only to my mind alone. But this one is went to my heart and kicked out many openers. It was a great eye opener for me. Thank you very much for your support, and we had a lot of valuable takeaways in today's meet. Definitely we will be work out in our life. It ensure to enhance our career into a great success. Thank you. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you for this kind words. Means a lot. Thank you.
Really.
Chris, can we have your cameras on for a quick picture? There we see Arjun. All right, let's take one. Ready to go? Smile. Let's take one more. Okay, let us go. Thank you, everyone. Thank
you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all the
guys. Feel free to
take care. Bye.
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 Yeah, a small shout out for the participants. We have the upcoming next session.
Yeah, we have
session on overcoming barriers faced by women in energy sector. Speaker by Ms. Sally Munoz, Kenya Power Lighting Company chairperson. Request all the participants to stay in the link, to stay in the meet for the further interactions with the speaker.
Yeah, welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, hello, Sally. Thanks for joining with us.
Good to see you.
Everyone, good to see you too. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm able to see you as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you to the organizers for the wonderful invitation. I'm glad to be part of this summit. And I'm glad to meet you all today. Here in Africa and different parts of the world, it's really an honor, and thank you for the invitation. And I hope that you'll be able to learn a few things by the end of this session. That will be our key takeaways today, and to help us in our careers and also in our future development. So to start us off, allow me to share my screen.
Ashok, do you want to?
Yeah, yes. Give me a couple of minutes. Participants are yet to joining. We'll.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. On this side, I have given you the presenter, right? Yep, I think so. It is visible.
Are we recording this session?
Yeah, I am the technical host over here, and Aswant is the moderator. So we will be assisting you with the same.
I am. So welcome everyone. So this afternoon we are going to talk about overcoming barriers faced by women in the energy sector. And the first slide, I thought to put some images that will just jog our memories about what are some of the barriers and what women go through. I put some 2 photos of myself, both of them in the field, one on the pole, and the other part of my team members during a field work exercise. So when you look at this picture, what triggers your memory? And what does it take for us to get here as women? So I apologize to the men in this session, but I believe that when we talk of men and women, we mean both genders. And as we go along, we'll both get to learn a few things and how can we work best with the women that we work with around us. So my presentation outline will be something brief about myself, my journey within IEEE, an introduction to some of the barriers or what triggered us to think of why do we talk about this particular topic, existing barriers in the energy sector. Why do they still exist? Because these barriers have been there for a longer period of time, but we still have them to date. So why are they still there? How do we mainstream these barriers? And just a key takeaway, what are the emerging trends in the energy sector? I thought this would include both genders so that we both get to learn where are we headed in the energy sector, and as young people, as innovators, as engineers, as scientists, what are the areas that we can look at that will help us grow our careers in future? So I'm an electrical engineer at Kenya Power, in charge of design and construction. So the model in Kenya is that we have the national government and we have county governments. We have about 47 counties. So I lead one of those counties, which is county number 15, called Kitui County. My job entails the design and construction of new power lines and onboarding of new customers into the power network, that is the grid, the Kenya Power Grid, and mostly under the last mile connectivity project. So when you look at the SDGs, particularly SDG number 7 is about universal access. So that is where my work evolves around. How do I enable the country to achieve universal access to the lowest level? So there I work with different financials such as the World Bank, the AFD, the AFDB, to achieve access in rural parts of Kenya. I am the treasurer for the IEEE Kenya section and the chairperson for PES, that's Power Energy Society, a past chair and also the founding chair for WIE Kenya, a member of SITE, Women in Power, Women in Engineering, and a graduate member for the Engineers Board of Kenya, because I believe the regulation of the engineering practice globally is around the same. And as an engineer or as a person in STEM, you need to belong to an organization or to be a member of a professional body. And in Kenya, it's what we call the Engineers Board of Kenya, where I'm a graduate member. So what does my IEEE journey look like? So I joined IEEE when I was still a student at the University of Nairobi. And when I was a student, I was instrumental in formation of the UON student branch and also the Kenya section student branch, where for the section student branch encompasses all the public universities within the country. Initially, when we started, we had 3 universities being part of the section student branch activities. But to date, we have about 7 student branch activities within the Kenya section. So that's just the milestone that we've had along the way. We at SITE. So in 2016, I attended the ILC, International Leadership Conference at San Francisco for Women in Women. And back then we did not have WIE Kenya. So when I came back, I realized that as young women in Kenya, there's a lot we are missing out on, and that opportunity is available within WIE generally. So I petitioned for WIE Kenya, and that's how I transitioned into becoming the founding chair for WIE Kenya in 2016. And through that, I was featured under the Humans of IEEE. That's a page on Facebook that captures the stories of IEEE volunteers globally and tells their stories to inspire other members and also to showcase to IEEE members what activities or what can they do to add value to their membership. That's 2016. In 2017, I took a break. I'll talk about that later. In 2018, I rejoined IEEE and volunteered as a member. 2019, 2020, I was then chosen as the chairperson for PES Kenya. I'm serving for 2020 and 2021. There are very many opportunities available for members. And just recently, a month or two ago, we were successful to petition and to apply for funding for the Hack/Site COVID project. And we were awarded 1,000 USD to develop foot-operated hand washing stations for schools in rural Kenya as a measure of combating the spread of COVID. And this particular project is a collaboration between PES Kenya, Women in Engineering Kenya, and Site Kenya. So we have the student branches and the executive, the overall membership for IEEE coming together to do a model for these foot-operated hand washing stations. The challenge with that is because in rural Kenya, we have limited access to such facilities. So we felt that if we do that, then it will be a way of IEEE engaging the community in something that is more impactful and more immediate. Within the Region 8, specifically on Africa, I served as the YP subcommittee member for Africa ad hoc committee. That was in 2017. This year, I'm serving as the MGA SAC Virtual Speakers Bureau Coordinator for Africa as well. That is the Sensitivity Committee, which has been more impactful because with the eruption of COVID, then we have many members not being able to hold in-person meetings. All the same, you can still have an event. And would you think of the difficulty of getting an international virtual speaker to attend your event? So that is where SAC BSB comes in, where we have a database of speakers, global speakers on different thematic areas, both professional and technical, to help the membership, the students' branches, get access to these resources from wherever they are. So you can also visit the SAC website if you're looking for speakers for the section, or for your events and your sessions. Last month, I was nominated as the PESYP East Africa representative, representing the Eastern Africa part of the continent. So a brief introduction. When you look at the barriers that women have to overcome in the energy sector, where does it come from? So women make up almost half of the world's working age group of about 5 billion people. However, only 50% of these women participate in the labor force. And when we talk about the labor force, we're not talking about manual labor that we know women are used to. We're talking about career and professionalism in the labor force, compared to 80% of the men. So out of 5 billion people, why do we have such low numbers for women? Globally, 32% women are represented in the renewable energy sector, of which only 14% are in senior management positions. I'll give a brief snippet about Kenya. We have about 5 energy parastatals within the Ministry of Energy. Out of the 5, only 1 has a woman who is the MD or the CEO of the parastatal. But over time, because of the conversation we've been having within Kenya, we've seen this number steadily grow. And in fact, in Kenya Power last month, now our board chairperson is a woman. So this conscious decision and effort in terms of addressing some of these gaps is what is contributing to this growth. And I believe that in the future, the number will increase from 14% to even a higher percentage to encourage more women, to encourage the young girls in our society that you can do it. There's someone who's there who's done that, and this is their story. In East Africa, only 13% of the sector workforce is filled by women. What happens to the other percentage? We have men. If we look at globally in the US, UK, Canada, the developed countries, we see the impact that women leadership has had on these economies over a period of time. And I believe that it is time for Africa to embrace, and even the world to embrace women leaders. Because if we was looking at our research by the same source, how to build an inclusive workplace, it was saying in Africa alone, if we continue with this trend, it will take us 142 years for us to achieve gender equity. So how many of us, even in this session, think they have 142 years plus your age for us to get there? It's a very long time. So we need to make conscious efforts for us to be able to achieve some of these great milestones that we want to achieve. This particular slide is going to guide us in our discussion, and it encompasses both the highs and the lows of what we're talking about today. Some of the things I'm going to talk about is the workplace flexibility, the leaking pipe, mentoring, and under mentoring, we have various segments: training, motivation, advice, success, direction, support, coaching, goal. That tells you all these arms of mentoring. You could have all these different kind of mentors depending on your needs and depending on what area you want to address. So you don't have to have one mentor. You could have different mentors in different areas, in different goals, in all these branches of mentoring. At the bottom, we have culture, and I thought to put up the Kenyan culture because we love our culture, we are proud of it, and I believe even in India, there is your culture and you're proud of it. How does culture affect our careers and our professional development? Our top right, we have the gender norms. So we have both the men and the women. How are we supposed to correlate? At the center, I am a brand. Do you realize that you are a brand by yourself? And finally, training. How does training in all its branches help us to overcome the barriers that we face in our workplaces or in anywhere within engineering and also the energy sector? Some of the existing barriers that we do have are: one, unequal opportunities. When you look at the various sectors in our industry today, be it healthcare, be it finance, be it technology, we tend to have unequal opportunities for the different people. And at this point, I'd want to mention that to all of us in this particular forum, the only way we can address this existing barrier is to realize that technology is evolving around the traditional industries. If you're into finance, we have fintech coming up. If you're into engineering, we're talking about IoT, big data. How does it affect the energy sector? If you're into healthcare, they are even going into e-health and wealth tech. So how does technology help us? How can it be an enabler for us to address the unequal opportunities? And I believe that this is the right time for us to realize what is the future and for us to embrace that future and bring it into the present. The other barrier is the glass ceiling, where another glass ceiling, I'd want to bring up a term, what we call the glass cliff. So you find that we have women who've been promoted to senior management positions. However, when they get there, either they are not facilitated, or they're given roles that are not good enough, or they're given very trivial roles. So they spend too much time on trivial activities and not address the main job that took them there. Does that glass ceiling exist? We have women who do not even encourage other women into leadership. We have men who are our bosses who do not even encourage women into leadership, who do not even allow us to go to the field. For instance, there's a meeting and we have a room of men and women. So what is the chance that a lady will be told to serve tea and water, and the man will be told, just give us 5 minutes for her to bring us water and then we can start? Such are the things that we really look at, and we feel that these are some of the barriers that prevent us from going beyond the level that exists. We have imposter syndrome. How many of us have had a time where a man would talk over you and you feel that it's not right? Or you'd give your contribution for a project or to a meeting, and the gentleman would gladly pick it up and move forward with it and even speak it out as if it is their own idea. How many times have we gone through that? A number of us, I'm sure, have had chances where we've had such experiences. Uncertainties. On the previous session, we've just been informed that women have low self-esteem, not in terms of social life, but when it comes to career life. And that is very true. As a woman, do you believe in yourself that you can do it, that you're good enough for that particular role, and that you're good enough for that particular assignment? For instance, when we are getting speakers, for this particular event, my sister Tasnim requested me, said, "Hey sister, can you be a speaker?" You know, the first thing I asked her, who are the speakers? And she was like, we have Rosina, we have Nita, we have Pops. I was like, okay, why do you want me to be part of this particular session? It's not because we do not believe in ourselves, but it's because we always feel that the other person is better than us. So as women, how can we address these uncertainties and increase our self-belief? The other barrier is inadequate role models and mentors. We have a number of men who are doing so well in society in the areas of STEM. Do such kind of women exist? Yes, they do. But we do not know them, simply because their stories are not showcased, or they are not said, or the women themselves just keep quiet and assume that they know I am here, so they know it can be done. But if you don't tell me this is possible, how will I know that it is possible? So we need to have role models and mentors, especially in the energy sector, that women can and young girls can look up to and believe that this is actually achievable. The other barrier is on culture and traditions. We have a number of times that when we go into meetings or even in our workplace, they'll tell you that a woman cannot do this. For instance, if a woman is pregnant, how many men or how many bosses will allow that woman to go to the field? Very few will encourage them. They'll tell you, no, you can now sit in the office. And then when you deliver, then you can come back and take some of these roles. And at the same time, the men are progressing. But we only realize that pregnancy is not sickness, it's just like for 9 months. And you just need like a month for you to rest, not the 8 months. So if you bring me out of my regular schedule for the 9-month period, I am lagging behind the men in my level by 9 months. In some cultures, women cannot be engineers. In some cultures, engineering is viewed as a men's job or a men's world. So how does this culture and tradition impact or create a barrier for women existing in the workforce? This also brings up the issue of the work-life balance. As a woman, I have my work, I have my family, I have my friends. I'll give a simple story about my friend. We were meeting last month, and so I asked her, how is work? And she told me, I quit. I wanted to find out more. Why did you quit? I thought you were having a good time because she was working in the area of renewable energy. And she told me, my boss is just becoming difficult. So she would go to the office at 8 and leave at 6 p.m. because she has to go back home to her small baby and her family. Then one day the boss would call. So you come in at 8 in the morning and leave at 6 p.m. The other colleagues are coming in at 6 and they're leaving late in the night. Why do you leave so early? Why do you have to go home so early? But you know, when the contract says I work from 8 to 6 or 8 to 5, that's what I signed for. I didn't sign for a 24-hour schedule. So how do we get to balance family, work, and also friends? It's a very tough balance. And that is a place that we need to look out for, because we realize that we can never achieve a perfect balance, but we can always strive to create harmony and create time. So the fact that your colleague or your friend or your boss will understand that you are able to create this particular kind of balance and flexibility in our workplace, then I believe that that will encourage more women to take up roles within the energy sector. And even the work from home policy, thanks to COVID, you can create a balance. I can come to the office in the afternoon and work till late, knowing that in the morning I was able to sort out my family. Or I could work during the weekdays, knowing that in the weekend same for family. So such are the kind of barriers that do exist within the energy sector. But you realize that these barriers have been prolonged over a period of time. And you wonder, why do they still exist? Because time immemorial, we've been addressing some of these gaps. One of the reasons is because of lack of qualified incoming talent. This is a challenge to the women in the session. If you go to an interview with a gentleman, are you good enough in terms of knowledge and exposure? Because it will not be given to you simply because you're a woman. As much as we are championing for the equity across genders, you need to be good enough, if not better. And you can only do that if you invest in yourself, invest in knowledge, invest in your time. Just love yourself and develop that unique talent that exists within you. Second is the unintended gender biases in terms of hiring, promotion, performance, and pay decisions. We have some institutions where you find that a gentleman at the same level as the woman would be paid more compared to the lady simply because they assume he will do more. But even the aspect of that work-life balance already tells you that this lady should be paid even more, if anything. So such biases in hiring, because the other day in our session, we saw an advert for an engineering company that said men only. Why would you think that women would not be good enough for that particular position? The other issue is job flexibility. I believe that companies should now embrace the work from home policy and working when is optimum for you. Because I could work, let's say today I could come in the office very early, tomorrow I could come in the afternoon, but at the end of the day, have I completed what I have been assigned and even done extra? That is what should be our driving force. Next is the lack of mentorship at an early stage of our career. The transition from school to work is very difficult, especially for people in the energy sector, both genders, men and women. And for us to be able to see the value of working in the energy sector, we need to be mentored. You can only be mentored by someone who's been there. And I'll throw this as a challenge to the professionals in this particular session. How many people have you brought up along with you as you work? How many people have you encouraged in your line of duty? And there's a metaphor that says, as you rise up the stairs, remember to throw back the ladder for the person who is down waiting for the ladder. Don't go up and go with the ladder. Remember to throw it down. And by that, it simply means carry it forward. And there's a motto that we usually use, each one, reach one. For this session, if just one person could pick another person and grow with them through the career in the energy sector, I believe that by the end of the year, we'll have like double numbers of people in the energy sector. And that will help us to reduce that drop along the career that we have. And that is a joke of that leaking pie. We have people who are coming in huge numbers, but between the mid-career and the top career level, we have very few women. Just an example of the energy sector and the boards, we have very few women representation. And you realize that if you compare engineering and finance, finance has more women at senior level compared to the engineering. And that tells you, what did they do differently that we can embrace and adopt for us to be able to get, if not to the same level, then to a higher level? Lack of female role models. If you look at your workplace or even in our classes, how many women engineers do we know? And as a woman in engineering, just know that you are a role model to the other person, whether they say it or they do not. And you need to realize that in this life, whether you're competing with someone or not, you're always in a competition. And if you get to mind what everyone says around you, the too much noise, then you'll be distracted. Let us all learn to paddle our own canoes. Know the direction you want to take, pull someone along, and focus on your goal. Lack of career paths and professional future. Because in engineering, we have various wings that we can all look at and go into and be unique and be good and bring up innovations that will advance humanity. But what is this path? To the women here, I just want us to go back to that university that you left, that college, that high school. Have you ever explained to someone the fields of electrical engineering? For instance, if we talk of electrical, we have power systems, we have control systems, we have telecommunications and IT, and different areas. We have, I've mentioned control systems, yeah. Have you tried to break that down to someone younger to realize that we do not all have to be power engineers? You can all go, someone else can go into telecoms, the other person can go into control systems, and you can all be good at it. We have research also in all fields of engineering. If you're in civil engineering, have you ever gone back to that young person and told them we have water, we have roads, we have bridges? Or do we all assume that civil engineering is just civil engineering? No, you need to break that down. And since they were able to relate with you at that particular level, then they're able to understand that actually engineering can be fun. I can do what I love with the different fields of engineering and still get to create an impact in society. The other reason why we still have these barriers is the self-inflicted burden for perfection. You do not have to be perfect, but you need to be heard. You need to have a stand, you need to have integrity. You know, when you make a stand, because engineering is about facts, you do not say probably the power will go through, or I'm not so sure, but let's give it a try. Engineering is not try. When you do a bridge, you do not say, I think this will hold 100 cars at a particular time, but you can try and see if it does not collapse in 5 years. No, in engineering, you do not guess. You do not have a probability. It is either yes or no. And in our perfection, let us not be so strict such that you're not even open to an idea from the other person. Let us learn to embrace ideas from other people and take it positively. Both the negative and both the positive. You realize that that is what will build you. And finally, the gender norms that we addressed previously. How can we mainstream these barriers? Number one, personal branding. As a tech people, men and women in engineering or in STEM, you need to be strategic, you need to be authentic, you need to be intentional. You know, these three things is what will build you as a brand. If someone asks you who is Sally, or if someone goes to my friend and asks who is Sally, 2 or 3 of my friends, it should be almost the same thing. You need to tell your story and how you want people to view you or to know you as. If someone goes to 3 of your friends, will they have different stories? Will someone talk about you as a party person, then the next person will say you're too serious, the other person will say you're too technical and good at it? You need to tell your story. And this also goes even into social media. How you brand your social media profiles. LinkedIn is your professional CV that you put out there. Whatever you post on it is what your employer will look at when they want to hire you or when they want to outsource talent. That's where they go. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, use it wisely because that is your brand. If you want people to know you as an innovator, those are the platforms you put to push forward your innovation. If you want people to know you as a researcher, use that platform to showcase that. But remember, don't be too serious. That's why it's called social media. Don't keep posting to us about robots. The next thing you're talking about PLC. We need to see you having fun. Don't be too serious on social media because all of us need to create that balance, that work-life balance. Let us see the life in you. Because if you are too serious and too technical, we'll say, not a good fit. You are not a people person because we are beyond that stage where you say, I'm a hard worker, a people's person, I'm social. You don't have to tell us that. We will look at what you tell us politely on social media and know if you're a hard worker, if you're a leader, if you're a social person. That's what we'll derive from the stories that you tell us. The other area is mentorship. We all need to have a mentor. A mentor can be someone in your field or outside your field. It can be someone higher than you or junior than you, depending on the branches of mentorship that we looked at. Is it for social life? Is it for career development? Is it for research? We all need to have a mentor, because you do not need to make the same mistakes that someone else made in your area. You can always learn from their mistakes and let us be better. Continuous career development. I can't stress this enough. You have your undergraduate degree, probably your master's or even your PhD, but we do have courses that do exist online that you maybe don't even know anything about. You don't have to enroll to class for you to learn continuously and realize that the environment around us is constantly changing. Are we able to evolve with the existing environment and the change in technology? How fast can we embrace that change and be part of it? Repair the leaking pipeline to address the issues of women retention in the workforce. Here is where we said we have a huge number of women joining the workforce. By mid-career, there are almost like 50% left. By top management, you can have like 10% of the women within your organization or within your space and your sphere. How can you repair that leaking pipeline? By embracing these women and these girls and encouraging them into the workforce and into the areas of STEM and engineering. Improving company structures and operations to address the gaps. For example, we could have HR best practice framework, because as employers, some of us, we are employers through our innovation, or we aspire to be employers. Can we have company structures that will embrace some of these frameworks to address some of the barriers in terms of hiring, in terms of policy making, in terms of promotion? That can only be addressed at the organizational level. Then policy and grievance management systems. We've had instances where young ladies or girls would complain of harassment. But do policies exist to address issues of harassment at the workplace within our companies? Because without clear guidelines, then our grievances cannot be addressed. So we need to develop policies on grievance management. Continuous onboarding and training. That is also twofold, as an organization and also at the individual level. As owners of companies or future owners of companies, let us develop models that will ensure continuous training for our employees. With the evolving industry, we need to also train our employees so that they see the value that they bring to the company. And also at an individual level, it comes hand in hand with career development and learning. Finally, membership to an existing women group in the energy sector. We have a number of women groups within the energy sector. For instance, within IEEE, we have women in engineering, we have women in controls, we have women in power, just to mention a few. Are you part of such an affinity group? Outside IEEE, such networks exist. In Africa alone, we have women in the energy sector in Africa. Are you part of it? And I believe also in India and globally, there exists existing framework for women. The reason why you need to be part of it is for you to grow and for you to see the role models and some of these mentors that you're looking for. You cannot find them on social media if you have not met at a particular thought-led session. So if you want to drive your career and find your role model and find your mentor, then you need to be part of that family. And being part of the family is about being part of or a member of that institution. So final slide. I thought that as men and women, as young men and women, the energy sector keeps evolving and it is evolving very fast. So just to guide us on some of the areas, even as young innovators, that we can look at to address some of these gaps and to be able to onboard new talent, both at work and also in our personal lives. The first area is on smart metering technologies. The western part of the world, they've embraced this for domestic and industrial customers. I was looking at the energy sector in India and comparing that to Africa, and realized our focus is mostly on industrial customers. But you do realize that domestic customers, as much as they have a very low consumption, they make the biggest bulk of our energy mix. How can we have smart metering technology to address the small domestic customers? Because they are our image in the energy sector. The other area is on internet over power lines. In India and Africa as well, internet is a different service provider and the power system. But can these two come together and bring internet over power lines in a commercial aspect? Because power has gone all the way to the last mile, to the last customer. Can we have internet at the same level? Because with globalization, then internet is part of life. And the gap between the industrialized and the non-industrialized is about 6 billion people globally who have no access to internet. But of these 6 billion people, some of them have access to power. If you're able to bring internet over power lines, then that would reduce the digital divide on the number of people without access to internet, and also address the issue of power, so that we focus on those who have none. The other area is on grid interconnectivity, traditional vis-a-vis the renewables. And globally, we are moving towards climate change as also part of the SDGs. How, as engineers, how can we embrace this SDG and have our grids interconnectivity to provide quality, reliable power to our consumers? The only way we can do that is if we are able to create standards and models around this, the renewable energy vis-a-vis the grid, as we try to increase our energy mix, because we realize that the supply and the demand curve are very varying in different parts of the globe. And same case studies for the two continents, we realize that our demand is increasing, but the supply keeps at an almost steady level. If we are to increase our mix to meet our demand, then we need to have a very flexible grid that will still ensure quality and availability of power. Energy loss reduction in terms of profitability. This would be basically around Africa. In Africa, the profitability model of the profitability model of the power system was not a key instrument for most companies across Africa, but that has changed. And you realize that within the Southern Africa part of the globe, of the continent, we have the South Africa power pool, we have the East Africa power pool, we have the West Africa power pool. Why do we have these power pools existing across Africa? We want to create an integrated grid across the various countries in Africa. Currently, what exists within the East Africa power pool, we are constructing a network from Ethiopia that will link Kenya at 400 kV, and from Kenya that will link Tanzania at 500 kV. That tells you that with such a regional grid, there is need for policy formulation, there is need for scalability, because our voltages were not that high. For instance, in Kenya, we'd only go up to 220 kV. But if we are bringing in 400 and 500 kV lines, that tells you that the grid scalability is also one thing. It brings in the issue of reliability. It brings in the issue of quality power. As a young engineer, those are areas that we can look at and opportunities for us to be able to look at, because that is where the future is headed. And I believe even in India, we'll have grids interconnected across the various markets within the continents. So as an engineer, how can you be profitable? It's not about increasing your mix or increasing your grid capacity. How can you be profitable? The next point is on mini grids and microgrids. SDG 7 about universal access is to be reached by the year 2030. And we have different countries scale that down to various periods between now and then. For instance, in Kenya, we're talking about universal access by the year 2025. But at the same time, we have some regions within Kenya itself that have no access to the grid. We all appreciate that the power sector projects are capital intensive. And if we are to even put up a substation or extend the grid to customers in our off-grid areas, it calls for financing from different entities. But if that is capital intensive, you have an option of creating a mini grid and a microgrid. So as women and men in the energy sector, what models do you think can be able to embrace such kind of projects for mini grids and microgrids, such that once the grid gets to that place, then we go to what you mentioned earlier about grid interconnectivity? Because It is our goal that everyone should have access to quality and reliable power. The other final point, the emerging trends in the energy sector, is on the application of AI, IoT, and big data in analytics. Or when you look at the automation of the power lines, when you look at what you mentioned earlier, smart metering solutions, we have so much data that crosses the power lines across the different countries and even the regional blocks. As young people, how can we embrace this technology into the power sector? Because the energy sector in most parts of the world, except for the western part of the world, has been a bit rigid in terms of growth, development, and even in terms of profitability. And the only way you can realize profitability as an organization or a person is if you're able to embrace smart technology. So how can we use data analytics and the existing technologies to address these wide gaps? And you realize that in some of these gaps is where the barriers that women face come in. So when you look at the points that we've addressed in terms of mainstreaming the barriers faced by women in the energy sector, and some of these trends, because the trends that we see is not male or female, it's for everyone. So as a woman, how can you look at some of these trends and go ahead of the pack, be different, and let's meet you there. Thank you very much for your time, and I welcome any questions. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. That's Salim Soni. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank
ma'am,
you,
for
ma'am.
such an.
Yes, Aryan, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful session. It was really informative. I request the participants, if they have any queries, they can post out in the comment section, or they can unmute themselves in order to interact with the speaker. If anyone has any queries, he or she can post it out in the comment section, and or can directly interact with the speaker.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Vibhuti. Ma'am, I have a small question. I wanted to ask you that what will your number one advice be for women to empower other women to, pursue their dreams, especially in STEM? As you mentioned, there are a lot of, drawbacks or hesitations, societal pressures when it comes to women in STEM. So, what will your number one advice be for them?
My number one advice for young women to pursue STEM, number one is to realize where you are and start from where you are. Why do I say that? We have young girls at primary level who do not even know what STEM is, but they'll tell you, I love science. That is STEM. At high school level, we have students who also love these different modes of sciences, but most of them look up to the very old women in STEM, even as ourselves, because in this session, some of us are at the beginner level of our careers. And you always look up to that person. For instance, I'll give an example of myself. As a young woman in engineering, I may want to meet that MD or that CEO who is a woman in engineering. But I forget that within my classmates, or within my age mates, or within members of IEEE, we have young women who are doing greater things and impacting the society where they are. So by focusing on what is beyond my control, I lose track and sight of what is within my reach. So we start from there. Number two, encourage other women by promoting their stories, sharing their stories and experiences. What do I mean? I could have a colleague who's done an innovation. A practical example, the IEEE Kenya section KU, Kenya University Student Branch, innovated a ventilator for the country. And it has been a very huge news across the country. But you may find that the section itself may not even promote them, or even you as a member of IEEE may not even talk about it. That would discourage the young innovators. But if you are in STEM as a young woman, talk about what your colleague is doing, share their story, and that is how you build them. So my biggest lesson or my biggest takeaway would be start where you are, because 10 years later, they are the ones who will build you. Not that MD who has 35 years of experience. That lady will not build me. But that young lady or that young gentleman who has 0 or 5 or 10 years of experience, the same level where I am, that is where the future is headed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I see a question in the chat. How can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
encourage women to connect across borders, sections, or regions to work together? What are some of the benefits of such interactions? Number one, the way you can encourage women across the regions and the sections to work together is one, you invite them or get invited to their events and to their sessions and give an experience from your region. For instance, I am from Region 8 in Africa. I was invited by my sister Tasneem, Region 10. That is how you interact. You cannot interact without creating a network. That is what we need to realize, because no one will know who Aish is if you do not reach out. So within IEEE, as members of Region 10, it is you to create a deliberate effort to reach out to members across the other regions. How do you do that? We have activities at student activity level. We have affinity groups. We have societies that have members across the different regions. By you reaching out to them, you already have an existing platform for introduction. And you say, hello, we met during this event, or already we'll have some key takeaways across that. Reach out to them. On social media, reach out to them on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Collaborative. That's how you reach out across to networks across the regions. What are the benefits? The benefits would be, one is on your exposure, because every time you attend a regional event, you meet people beyond your region. Secondly, is opportunities. Some opportunities may exist in another region, but you can bring them on board into your region. I'll give an example. In PES, we have a scholarships program that was existing from region 1 to 6, where they are sponsoring students, undergraduate students, to pursue engineering in the area of power systems. But that only existed within region 1 to 6. So when you attend a meeting and you realize that there's such an opportunity that can even benefit members of your region, then you take it up with the leadership, and they are very willing to even support the graduate students in Region 8, as long as we have someone to drive that. So it's a personal initiative for you to reach out and also to drive it, because you are the one with a clear picture of what you want to achieve, and where you want it to grow. So you are the one to do that. So those are some of the benefits of such interactions. You build a global community. For instance, if I'm to come to India today, you want to tell me I'll miss a hotel or a place to visit? It's not possible, because I've already met all of you here today. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Ali.
Participants, do we have any other question?
I have one question. Thank you so much, Sally, for your wonderful talk today. And my question is, I know that you are representing IEEE PES in your country. Would you please like to explain in brief what PES is providing for young girls in terms of for their higher education and all that? I heard that you are working with some kind of scholarship in PES. So can you please briefly explain about that for the girls today who present?
Thank you for your question. So for PES, we have the Women in Power model, under the PES that targets the young girls. And one of the areas that we work with the young girls is we mentor them. We conduct sessions across the schools, the universities, the colleges, to be able to mentor the young girls and to explain to them the various areas that they can give a contribution in areas of engineering. We provide them with role models, and the role models come in also beyond the young girls into the career women, where we create a network of women engineers in Kenya to just interact. You know, when you're in the working space, you have to come across different challenges. But as women, they are not so unique to you. So how can you learn from the other woman in your career space? That's what the Women Empower does. The other area is on scholarships for women, specifically women in STEM, because the scholarship I mentioned earlier was open and was very competitive across both genders. But how can we specifically go down to the women in Africa and beyond? And for Women Empower is a partnership with Hohai University, where they are looking to get women who are IEEE members and PES members to scale up their career and their knowledge in areas of power system engineering. That is for master's and PhD levels. So this one specifically targets the women in the power sector in Africa or even in Kenya to provide opportunities for them. And I believe that with this kind of models, that in future we'll have bigger and better opportunities that will target and encourage the young women, because when you look at the PS model, you have very few women specifically who are young women in engineering at leadership, even within IEEE. How can we bring on board? But they're doing excellent work. So how can we bring them on board so that the young women can see and start from there that this person is around my same age, a young person like me, but they're doing great things. What can I also do at this particular point to contribute to that success? So I believe that in future, with these kind of initiatives that I've just mentioned briefly, we should be able to see a bigger shift and a bigger support for young women and promoting them into the career levels of STEM. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your valuable answers. Participants, any other question? Ma'am, one question from my side. So I have been working with many junior members with respect to IEEE events. Many women has been stick up with the volunteer with respect to the section level. What would you advise for them to take them volunteership into the India Council level as well as a region level, etc.?
Thank you very much. For the young women, one thing holds us back: self-doubt. And some of the times we always believe that the other person is better than us. We don't believe in ourselves so much. So one way that you can start by encouraging the young women to also take up leadership. For instance, if we are to have an IEEE election in your section, how many young people will show up for nomination? Very few, because either you have self-doubt or the other person does not even think you're good enough. You can look at it two ways. One, you address the issue of self-doubt by believing that you're good enough and build your brand to be that good. Secondly, I'd encourage us who are working with young women, when you see an opportunity, please pass it over to the other person. You may not be a good fit for it then, but you know your friend or that young lady is good at it. Pass it over to them. An example, last year, 2018, no, 2017, I applied for the Clementina Sadua Award for Region 8. I was not successful, but I learned what they were looking for in terms of a successful candidate, because I went to the profiles of previous winners. 2018, the same application came up, and I realized I had not met some of the things I had said I would do within that 1 year. But within our membership, there was a certain lady, Mercy Chelangat, who was good and even better than I was. So I just mentioned to her, hello, there's this opportunity. Have you seen it? She had not seen the opportunity. So I guided her. And I provided her with the people, and she showed to the section leadership, and they endorsed her. You know what? She won the award, the Region 8 award for Africa, Europe, Middle East. So if you have a young person and you feel that they are good for it, bring them up to it. And as a young person, get to believe in yourself and take everything positively. Not everything or every opportunity that you apply for, you will get it. Because even when you're going to school, if it is self-sponsored, they'll take you up because you're paying. But if you're looking for a scholarship, you'll make hundreds of applications before someone even gives you partial scholarship. But you don't give up. So what lessons do you learn from that? If you see an opportunity is good enough for the other person, let them have it. It's not a competition. It is how you build them. Because you believe it or not, 5 or 10 years, they will be your foundation. They'll see an opportunity that will be good for you because they're not all the same, and they'll bring it up to you and you'll all excel. So that's how you can encourage the young people. Get opportunities for them in different areas and sell it to them. Encourage them to apply. Encourage them to be nominated. Encourage them to volunteer as leaders. And that way, then, they also get to build their self-esteem and also get to grow. I hope I've answered you.
Exactly, ma'am. Thank you. It was a good insight.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thanks for the session. And it's time to honor the e-memento for the today's speaker. Before that, for the benefit of participants, I would like to share the brief profile of about today's speaker. Sally Moinas is electrical engineer at the Kenya Power and Lighting Company and the past chair for Women in Engineering Kenya. Sally holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering Nairobi, UON. She is a qualified and registered engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya and the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer. She serves as the treasurer for the Kenya section, chairperson for the Power and Energy Society, publicity regional representative Africa for YSS 12, and region 8, coordinator for the student virtual speaker. She is the recipient of KPLC Excellence Award for Outstanding Performance and Kenya section Women in Engineering Achievement Award. She has been a speaker, organizer, felicitator in local and global conference on power, energy, leadership, and strategic plan development within IEEE and beyond. She is actively involved in mentorship, women empowerment, and community development through her representation as the founder of Ash Gold Africa. Recently, she published a strategic paper on perceived role of innovation operationalizing decentralization of organizational operation in utility companies, case study of Kenya Power. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your detailed session of about women empowerment. Hope it was the true motivational and triggered the nerves of the women with respect to your valuable inputs. So I'll take this time to honor with the e-memento.
Also, till then, a small request to the participants. We have shared a feedback link in the comment section and we would love to hear your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the session.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a great session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Also, I request everyone to switch on their cameras so that we can capture this movement. Yep. Here it goes. Perfect. Done. Aswant, can you please stop sharing the screen once?
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, my screen was hanged.
Yep, fine. Yes, I have captured the screenshot. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this session.
You're welcome, and thank you everyone for the invite, and I do wish you a wonderful afternoon, and let's connect, and I'm sure we'll meet in person in future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
Tasnim, would you like to take over from here on?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
So,
kindly take over from here.
thank you so much, Shurya, for giving me the opportunity. So, uh, dear participants, welcome once again, all the participants and gorgeous superwomen across the globe to the Ready, Steady, Go tips for women re-entering the workforce after a career break session, which is one of the most important sessions of IEEE WIE ILS, since most of the women do have huge transitions in their lives at this period of time. So today we are going to present Miss Niraja Ganesh, who is Director Relationship at National Education Society of Karnataka, with the topic. To talk about few more about our today's speaker, uh, she is currently working as the Director Relationships at National Education Society of Karnataka, which has 17 institutions under it, National College being one of them, while she works closely with the industry veterans to build the Industry Academia Connect. Prior to this role, Ms. Niraja Ganesh's professional experience of 25 years has been in the information technology industry, managing large teams' delivery of IT projects, operational excellence, and customer delight for large banking captives. She was heading the Jobs for Her Foundation, which was being set up to bridge the gender gaps in the country, and she has lots of experiences in her 25 years of professional career. So today we're going to hear from her about her experiences and definitely the insightful thoughts for the young ladies and girls who are coming to the STEM education and career, choosing the career. So let's welcome Miss Niraja Ganesh for the talk. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible well.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So while I bring up my presentation, let me understand if there are any women who've taken a career break and wish to restart their careers in our current audience. Maybe over chat. If there is anyone, they can say, yes, I am here. If not, of course, my session is still going to be for women on a career break wanting to restart their careers. But I will tune it also to ensure that the audience that we have for today also gets some takeaways. So is there anyone who has taken a career break in the current audience? Tasneem, can you just see and let me know? If not, let me get, yeah.
Ma'am, actually, maybe most of here who present here are students. So let's see. Few more
Sure.
are joining and will be joined. So I'll let you know by this time.
Surely. So I'm taking it that the majority of the audience today is students, and it's good for them to understand what happens in a woman's life, and as they progress in their career, and then they take a career break, and what is required to restart. And these tips are relevant to a man also who may take a career break at some point in time for various reasons, maybe to support his own family, probably his wife. And regardless, for certain tips are universal. So I hope this presentation is going to engage the audience, and I'm happy to take questions which are more relevant to what's bothering you in your minds today. So I have titled this Ready, Steady, Go. While the topic is actually for let me just move ahead. As we already said, it is tips for women re-entering the workforce after a career break. But I decided to call it Ready, Steady, Go. What happens is when you're wanting to restart, you might think that there should be only go in our minds, right? Because I've taken the career break and I'm kind of satisfied for the period of the break that I took. There were certain reasons because of which I took the break, and now I'm ready to restart, which means that there shouldn't be anything else in my mind. I should just go. But I believe that there is still a lot of readying and steadying that needs to be done before the goal line is, kind of crossed. And that's what I wish to talk about. And I want to draw an analogy between this and athletes who prepare for a race. Now, I don't know how many of you are runners, or have ever watched other runners. But there's a lot of preparation that they do, right? I mean, other than the people who kind of just do fancy running, because it's kind of quite fashionable today to be part of these huge marathons that happen for some cause or the other. So you just want to support the cause. So you may be, part of the crowd that is running. But otherwise, if you are a professional runner, professional athlete, there is a lot of preparation that happens before you run a race. And what's that kind of preparation? So first of all, you kind of decide what is the kind of race you're running. Is it a sprint or is it a marathon, right? And the preparation for both of these is going to be very, very different. As you know that for a sprint, the focus has to be how do I improve my speed? Okay, that's all. But in a marathon, I don't think the speed matters that much, but the endurance matters, right? You have to be able to endure the entire stretch for whatever number of hours you're going to be running. So the preparation for these two are very, very different. Similarly, there are going to be dietary differences in the preparation based on the race that you're running, based on where you come from and what is the target that you want to achieve. There could be certain, different kinds of diet that you, consume so that you improve your muscle power or, endurance or whatever else that is. There is also a difference in the way people prepare if they are frequent runners, like it's kind of part of the game, versus if it's a first time runner, correct? So there will be definite differences. And similarly, if someone has taken a gap, right? So they've been running, but for whatever reason, they decided to take a, gap. If it's a woman who's been, an athlete and been running a lot of races, and then probably she kind of had a baby after marriage and took a pause for 3 months, 6 months and wants to get back into the arena, just like, the career break, I think the preparation is going to be very much different. And I wanted to draw this analogy with a woman who's taken a career break and wants to restart, to say that her preparation also has to be a little different to get back. Notwithstanding that statement, I would say that all of us need to prepare. Whether you are a student and you're going in for your first job, there is preparation required. Whether you are someone who's already in the career and looking to, rise in the careers, there's a different kind of preparation required. Or you just want to kind of stay put. Or you might be wanting a lateral shift from one company to another. Or you just want to stay put. This year, I have decided that I am going to be in this role and just want to be in this role and keep going. Even then, there has to be some preparation for you to, perform that role well. So you cannot shy away from the preparation. But each of these preparations is very different. And when it comes to a woman on a career break, there is what is usually considered as a problem to restart. And if you can see, there are 5 lines, so you can guess that, there are 5 things that I'm going to talk about. And I've tried to bucket, all the other issues that may come around into one of these 5. And please feel free to stop me during the presentation if you have a question. I would request Tasleen to just, or someone else to keep a watch on the chat box. And, I'm happy to take the question then and there. Otherwise, I'll keep, speaking. So what are the problems for restarting a career? The first one, what usually happens is they are unaware of the current industry trends. Now, if I have been a woman who worked for 10 years and then for whatever reason I took a career break for 2 years, I usually don't keep in touch with the industry, right? Because I took a break for some personal challenges. Maybe, I had a baby and, hence I took a 6-month maternity and then, the baby was growing up. I was so very involved with the growth of the baby that I decided to focus my whole and soul on that. Or there was an ailing family member and I had to kind of give care for that person. And hence, I really could not keep in touch with what the industry is going through. And that the industry changes crazily, very, very aggressively, right? And the pandemic has definitely shown us that overnight industry changes can happen. Business models can change. Even if the pandemic had not happened, the rate at which the industry was changing was very, very high. And the future is going to be, certainly in that direction. So it is very important. And one of the problems for this woman who's taken a career break is she is unaware of the current industry. So she's still living in the age of when she was working, which is 2 years ago or 5 years ago, whenever, she was before the career break. The second problem to restart is that she's very unsure of fitting in with the rest of the organization. What do I mean by that? So even if she had wanted to go back to the same company that she was working in before she took a break, she for sure knows that her peers would have gone ahead, right? In the 2 years of break, they would have probably taken a promotion. Or 5 years of break, they would have, kind of moved ahead. They might have become leads. She may have to now go and report to someone who was a peer. Or even worse, she may have to report into someone who was her junior, right? Then there is the age. So she'll find that the rest of her teammates are much, much younger than her. And if she is trying to go into another organization, she's not very sure whether she'll fit into the culture of the organization. So, when I quit from my corporate career of 25 years, as Tasneem was introducing me, the first thing that I did was I really I did not want to get back to the corporate. So kind of trying to figure out what else that I could do, I went and consulted at a startup. Okay. This was a startup which had only 10 people in the company. So it was like a long room. And, when you were in corporate, I worked at Capgemini. I'm not saying that each of us got dedicated cabins or anything like that, but there we had our cubicle. And of course, I'm talking about the days when we used to go to office. Today, of course, our cubicles are at home. But we used to have a dedicated cubicle, a desk, and a nice table and our phone at the desk. And, it was our private space. But in this startup, there was only one table, like a dining table kind of a thing. And all the 10 people sat around that table. They brought their laptops and they sat next to each other and they worked. And you can imagine what privacy you may have because the person, there is one person to your right and one person to your left. And these are all very young, I should not call them kids, but I'm tempted to say that. Very young, right? 20s, in their 20s. And I've finished 25 years of corporate career and joining here. And there would be loud music that would, they would play, each would, kind of share their preference for the day and there would be music playing. And here I'm sitting, in the midst of all of this. How many people will be able to adjust into this, right? So those are some of the problems that we have when we want to restart or even change organizations. Will I fit in for the number of reasons? The other thing is, there is always this question, do I go back to the career stream that I was in, or should I change? Now, why would this, bother you? Maybe you were in a career stream which was heavily demanding. Maybe, usually people say, engineering streams, tech streams, or, some sales streams are very, very demanding. And now you don't want to go back to such a demanding career. Or whatever, it could be any reason. You probably just, finished your college and you got a job and you said, okay, fine, let me just keep going at it. And you're not very, enthused and passionate and really wish to be in that kind of a, job. So now is an opportunity because you've taken a career break to explore something else. So that's another. Should I not change? The fourth thing that I have observed of women who've taken a career break and want to restart it is that they're not very sure whether they are just looking for a job, work for a few hours every day. Because now you realize that whatever the reason was for which you took a break, maybe the child, it's now grown up and maybe you're able to send the child to a daycare or something like that and you have 2-3 hours available to you and you want to make use of it productively. So you feel that, let me pick up something. That could eventually lead to a long career. I'm not denying that. But there is a definite difference in the way you are going to approach a job, which is just to keep yourselves occupied for a couple of hours every day versus, a career. You're saying I have to get back and I have a long haul like a marathon and I'm going to, aspire to be so and so in so many years. Even this is very vague. People, the women don't realize. And when you don't realize this, what happens, you go and apply to all the wrong kinds of jobs. And then when, you get calls for interviews, when you realize, no, I don't think I'm going to fit in here because I don't think I can spend 10 hours. Because in your mind, you were thinking that, okay, fine, it should be a cushy 5-hour job or something like that. And the last one, which is so very, connected to all women. I don't know about the men and the boys, but definitely to the girls and the women is the let go syndrome. We just can't let go. So if you've taken a career break and you were caring for the family and you were cooking the 3 meals in every day and you were, giving the medicines to whoever. You just can't let go that. And that's the first thing that you need to do when you have to restart, because you're not going to have the same number of hours available to you to look after people at home and to look after your home. And the letting go is so difficult for us. And of course, there are many other things. All of this, will I fit in? So you are not able to let go of the aspect that at some point in time, I was here, and now, since I took a break, I have to probably restart from somewhere else. You're not able to let go of that mindset of yours. Okay. So these are some of the problems that I have seen in women who've taken a career break and wanting to restart, and may also be true of, even if you're not, taken a break, some of these issues do creep in. When you want to make certain decisions of changing jobs or what is the kind of a role that I have to look at. Now, when you have problems, there will be solutions, right? And strangely, I quoted 5 problems, but I have only 3 lines here. So looks like, the solutions are much simpler or lesser in number to, kind of tackle with all those problems. So the first one I talk about is prioritize. And this is useful, meaningful to all of us, not only for women on a career break. Sounds very simple. Difficult thing for someone to do. If I were to ask the people on this, webinar today, can you name your top priority number 1? I'm sure you're going to struggle. Because we want to do 3 things at the same time, right? And this is also my priority, that is also my priority. You name 3 things. And I say, no, you cannot have 3 things at priority number 1. Then it is not priority at all. Every priority should have only one thing attached to it. So out of the 3, are you able to qualify one, which is your priority number 1? So be very, very clear about prioritization. It is very important. And we'll talk a little more deeper about that. But that's one of the things that you need to do to solve the problems that we spoke about. The second thing is, of course, the prepare. People don't usually prepare and go in. Just a minute. Just a minute, I'm just getting here. Yeah, let's go ahead. I was saying that the preparation is extremely important for anybody, but more so for the woman on a career break, because I told you of all the other problems that she has, right? She's unsure of the industry trends. So what is the preparation that she has done to understand the current industry trends, right? And we will go deep dive into this also. And of course, the last thing is go chase. So that's the solution there. But most important things that we forget is the prioritization and the preparation. Let's look at what things that we need to prioritize. Family, because that's something that usually comes, and it is for everyone, right? When you have a career that you need to talk about and think about, there is also a family that one needs to think about. This is universal. But I am saying more so for the woman on a career break, because usually, she's taken the career break for family purposes. It's very rare that I have seen women who take a break because they want to enjoy. They want to go on a 6-month holiday, or they want to, do a course, and hence they took a year-long break. It's usually because, they are a trailing spouse. So the husband got transferred somewhere, and so they had to quit their job and go somewhere. Or, they had to look after the family or something of that sort. So prioritizing between the family and the career. So where does family fit into yours? So I'm saying put 1, 2, 3 priority numbers. So is family priority number 1 or career priority number 2? But let me tell you one thing here. Just because you put career as priority number 1 and family as priority number 2, nothing, you're not a bad person. But you have to be very, very clear. All it enables you to take certain decisions based on this priority. And we'll see how that happens. Where is learning in your list of priorities? Is it 1, 2, 3, or is it 5, or is it 10? How important is money? So of course, all these days you were on a career break, and probably you were not, earning any money, but there probably was some saving that was supporting you, some investment which was supporting you, or there was somebody else who was providing for you. Now you want to restart your career. Is it because You really have a need to start earning? So is that priority number one in the list? Or is it like, no, I can still manage without the money, but it's good to kind of earn money because we're working when we want to. Where is me time in your list of priorities? Because what has happened during the break, and I assume and I hope that people who do take a career break, even if it's for other reasons, they do spend some time on themselves. They take an hour out or 2 hours to kind of every day, either read a book or, watch something on TV or do something, music practice or something, yoga practice, which is just for themselves. Now, when you get back to work also, and those of you who are looking to work, students, whoever it is, also need to dedicate some time for yourselves. The me time is important. So I'm not saying that, deprioritize it or it should not be there in the list of priorities. But it is definitely not going to be as much as you had it when you were on a break, is the assumption, right? So if you still want those 2 hours, of your me time, which means I still have to do 2 hours of yoga every day or whatever that is, then you will have to put it in the right priority order. So it's like, okay, fine, I think career priority number 1, and then family priority number 2, priority number 3 is yoga. It will allow you to take decisions in terms of what kind of roles should I choose so that I get my 2 hours of me time, right? Of course, where is home? And home and family are different. Family is the people who you have to attend to, but home is, your own house. You maybe too finicky about keeping the house ultra clean. And all these days, because you were at home, you were able to, kind of do it yourselves, or, get a maid, and you used to supervise, and, every nook and corner used to look at it. But will you be able to give that time? So where is the home in the scheme of things, in your priority list? And this is a very funny thing, but I've still put it, social media. And I think most of us today are addicted to, some form of social media or the other. I think WhatsApp is, something that we continuously look at. If we don't, get a notification, we are worried, oh my God, what has happened, right? So there have been instances when people actually who restarted told me that they have not been able to be that productive in the job because they've not been able to get over that addiction of looking at Facebook every 2 hours or every 1 hour or every few minutes or Instagram, because that's what they were doing when they were on a break. So are you able to kind of push it down the list now because you want to focus on other things? So these are some of the things that, you need to prioritize. Before I go on to prepare, let me also tell you how this helps you. It, of course, helps you in the preparation, but it also helps you in the decision making in terms of what is the kind of job that I can apply for. It will help you to solve the problem of work versus a career. So if you're going to put all of this and say that my family is still important to me, I have to continue to care for them, and hence, my job or career can come, say, at the 4th or the 5th position, then you will go and apply for a role like that. Let me give you a classic example from my own. I told you I went and, actually after my corporate stint, I went and worked at this startup, right? Now, the reason I went and, I did not want to go back to the corporate because I really wanted to explore a few other things. And my intent was not to consult at the startup, but the person who was running the startup is a good friend of mine. And she was trying to help me, do up my CV. And she was asking me, so what are you doing nowadays, Nirja, now that you're quit? And I told her that, see, I'm looking to collaborate with someone. Before I start off something on my own, I really wish to get some experience. So I wish to collaborate with someone. So she said, why not us, And I said, I don't know whether I'll be a fit in your organization with the kind of experience that I have, because theirs is a design, organization. They do design thinking and they, really work with product companies in terms of looking at innovations and things like that. And she said, of course, your experience is going to be valuable in some way or the other. Come, talk. Now, the challenge for her was, how does she pay me? Because someone who's coming from a 25 years of corporate career, she may not know my salary, but she still knows that it's going to be some big fat figure, right? And as a startup, she may not be able to kind of afford that. And she said, Nirja, I don't know, how to kind of pay you. And I told her, see, don't pay the Nirja Ganesh that you're hiring, but pay for the role that you're going to hire me into. So if it was not me, you would have hired somebody else. and you would have been able to offer some kind of money to that person. You offer me the same money, I told her. And it was difficult for her to make that offer, but I accepted it. It was very, very small compared to what I was drawing prior. But I was able to take that decision because for me, money was not at the top priority. For me, learning was at a higher priority than money. And I knew the kind of learning that I am going to get working at this startup, because I didn't want to go back to corporates and I was thinking of starting on my own. So this was going to be an effort understanding working. What are the challenges? So the amount of learning I was going to get that was humongous, and I had prioritized learning over money. So it was okay for me to kind of accept that job. So that's how prioritization helps you in terms of making your decisions, right? Now let's look at what preparation can we do once we have prioritized this. The first and foremost is to prepare your mind. For those of us who, and I told you, right, the let go syndrome. First of all, are we ready to restart? Now, what happens in most of the women who've taken a career break, if it's a planned career break, if it's unplanned, then, these things may not necessarily go this way. But if it's a planned career break, they have decided, the minute my child is 1 year old, after the first birthday is celebrated, I'm going to restart. So that's something, a target they set on themselves the minute the child was born. So if the child was born on 1st Jan 2020, then 1st Jan 2021 is the date when they're going to start applying because they want a job. They want to restart. But is their mind all set and ready? They have never had that cooling off period, you call it, right? Because till 31st of December, now, of course, when she starts applying on 1st Jan, she's not going to get a job immediately, but supposing she gets to be very lucky and 2nd of Jan 2021, she has to start working. Now, can you imagine, till 31st of December, she was completely clued into the house, the family, and everything else. And suddenly now she has to move away and start working. Her mind is not ready. So the first thing in terms of the preparation is the readiness of the mind, that something is going to change completely for me from the day I get into a job. Is my mind ready? Am I willing to let go? Am I willing to kind of, run my household and take care of my family and the other things that I was doing so far in a different manner? What will be the difference is the second thing that she has to prepare. But first of all, the preparation has to be here, right? Second preparation is you prepare your family. More so in the current situation, because you're all working from home. Most of us will get to work from home for the next, I don't know how many months. Correct? So at least if you're stepping out of the house and going to the office, you are not there in the house for for 3 hours or 6 hours that you are away. You are not at home. People are not going to bother you. But now you're still at home and you're working. Correct? So you have to prepare your family to say, from 9 to 12, I'm at work. Do not disturb me. Exactly what I did, right? So somebody came into this room a few minutes ago, because of which I paused and I had to tell them that, I do not want disturbance. While I had prepared them, I had told them a prompt. From 4:15 to 5:45, nobody comes into this room. But, it's kind of, and most of us don't have these elaborate, luxurious houses where each of us can go and sit off in a corner. So you might be sitting in the same room where somebody else might be there and working. But you have to be very clearly telling them, educating them that you cannot disturb me because I'm at work. And it's very, very hard. I tell you, it's very, very hard. So prior to the pandemic, when I used to sometimes work from home, 3 o'clock people would expect that I get up and make chai for the people, because it's chai time. It used to sometimes make me guilty also, because, people are getting up, going to the kitchen, and I'm sitting at home. Why don't I go and make the chai and give them? Right? And sometimes I have to kind of tell them, no, it's I'm in a meeting and you have to do that. If I was not there, what would you have done? You would have made your own chai, right? Because I was in the office. And the pandemic has only, spoiled us. Now what has happened, since I work from home, it's somewhere, in my head, it's when it is 1:30 and lunchtime, I am tempted to go and lay the table. If I was working at the office, somebody will put the table, plate they'll put it in the plate, sit at the table, or go somewhere and, eat. But now, since I'm at home, that guilt drives me to go take some time off, lay the table. So all of this happens. So one, you prepare your mindset, and you prepare your family's mindset that I am working. So do not disturb me for these number of hours. 3, prepare the support system. So who is your support system? Till now, you were caring for your child. Who's going to care for your child for those 3 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, whatever kind of a job that you're going to take? Is it going to be somebody from within the family? Do you have a support system, your parents, your in-laws, or do you have a live-in maid or somebody who will come? Or I don't know how daycares are working today, or are you going to send the child to a daycare? Or if there was an ailing family member and you used to kind of be always, looking after the person, giving the person the medicine and all of that, who's going to do that, right? Or the fantastic, support system that you need to, manage your kitchen, right? Till now you were cooking 3 meals a day. You wanted to give that really nutritious, healthy, and, variety of dishes, piping hot, at the 3 meal times. Now you won't be able to, right? If you've taken 3 hours of work, 9 to 12, maybe you can finish off the breakfast in the morning, but you can start your cooking only after 12. So your lunch may not be ready at 1 o'clock. So either you delay the lunch hours and say, hey, people, you'll get food only at 2. Or you have to envisage and, elicit support to say that, can somebody in the house chop the vegetables so that 12 o'clock when I finish my work, I will come and finish the cooking. Now, what if you have taken 6 hours of work? So 9 to 3, you're busy. Then what happens to the lunch? So then you have to either prepare your breakfast and lunch before 9 o'clock, or you, make it the previous night, or you delegate. So where is that? If you're going to think that, I will run the show exactly the way, I was, you're going to just kill yourself, right? To, be doing exactly everything that you were doing during the break, and now you want to continue like that. So that let go also comes here. And that is why in your list of priorities, I was saying, when I said family, by putting family a little down, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. You're just going to find ways to ensure the family is still taken care of. So either you will hire a cook, or you'll say, no, it's okay. I will do a lot of prep the previous night, or I'm going to envisage help and say, come on, you guys also have to help me. And only then things are going to move. That is why that prioritization is so is so needed, right? Work environment. Now, this means that you have a corner for yourself. You have, of course, a dedicated device, a laptop or a PC or whatever. You have internet, and you have a backup for the internet. Okay, very important today. You have an ergonomically designed, chair, because you're going to be sitting long hours and working, and you don't want a neck ache and a back ache and other health problems. So this is the work environment that you need to prepare. Now, this was definitely something that people were not prepared with, in the earlier days. And if they had to kind of start working from home, this was something that they had to invest on. Today, I think many of us have kind of transitioned into this. But if there are already, 2 kids who are studying, from home, and then there is the husband who is working from home, then you need a 4th system, and, find you're already, the internet traffic is already so crazy, and you also will draw out of it. All of these, problems are going to be there. I just this morning, or rather afternoon, I've just come out of a big stress. So my daughter's final semester exams were happening. She's in the 1st semester, and she chose to do it online. They had an option to go to college, but she chose to do it online. And that they had very clearly said that if anything goes wrong, she has to do a re-exam. They're not going to take any appeals. And 11:45 to 3 o'clock, she was locked up in the room, because it's an AI-enabled system which is monitoring and tracking these students doing exams so that they don't cheat and stuff like that. I think you are aware of it better than me. So I didn't know what was happening in the room. And at 3 o'clock, she tells me that she wasn't able to upload her paper. So she had to handwrite and then scan it and then upload it, right? And she said that at that moment of upload, it just didn't go through. So it looks like there were 2 parts. She had, submitted 20 marks ka something, or 30 marks ka, another 20 marks she wasn't able to submit. So she has an option to withdraw and, redo the exam, or live with the marks that she gets. Stressful, right? So I'm trying to talk to you in the language of students, and this is exactly what's going to happen when you start working. There might be something really, really critical, and hence you have to ensure you have those backups. And sometimes the backups could also fail. I mean, those are the worst case scenarios. But this is a preparation that you have to make, because otherwise you'll only be stressed about this. Oh my God, what happens if, today this doesn't work, correct? So for you to have a very seamless transition, all of this needs to be in place much before the 1st Jan 2021, before you start applying for the job. You can't bring it into place, the minute, you got the job, okay? Skill, of course. You have to reskill because you have been on a career break, and upskill and reskill, very, very important. And all of us, skilling is important for all us daily, because things are changing so very often. So you have to continuously be skilling yourselves. That's also preparation that you need to do. You need to understand the industry trends. You definitely need to work on your CV, and you have to network. I remember Sally, talking about this. You have to work on your personal brand. But if you see, what have I put in the top? Usually, what we think that, if you have to restart, get your CV ready, ensure that, you are applying to jobs. So your CV is there on job portals. You go to all the events, where the job fairs and, other kind of networking events. This is what we speak about. But I'm telling you, I have purposely put mind, family, support system at the top. May not be in that particular order, but I'm saying that is the first preparation that is required. After that, everything else can work. Now, you may ask me the question, and I have another, big thing around preparation, which I'll tell you now. Where do I get the time to network? Where do I get the time to upskill? Because I already have such a packed day, right? So where do I, make those 3 hours available to upskill or, go attend events and network? And my question to you is, if you can't make time for that today, then how are you going to make time to go and work tomorrow? So in your preparation, if you thought that from 1st of January 2021, you have to be in a job, then at least 3 months prior to that, you should start behaving as if you are in a job. Which means if you are planning to do a 4-hour job, then from 1st October 2020, you should chalk out those 4 hours of the day and tell your family not to disturb you in those 4 hours. Put your support system in place so that whatever else you would have otherwise done in those 4 hours is taken care of. And then you suddenly get this time to, attend webinars, to upskill, do courses, start, attending events, network with people, invest on, your personal branding, rework on your CV and all of that. Now, it sounds very funny. You will say which family member is going to accept that I'm not started working, but still I'm telling them don't disturb me from 9 to 1. Right? I'm telling my husband, you chop the vegetables and help me with the kitchen, or I'm getting a cook. Who's going to accept it? It is going to be a tough one. But if you do not do this preparation, you never know what is going to work for you and not work for you. Correct? When you are doing this from 1st October 2020, you realize that, okay, reheating the food which was cooked the previous night is not a great thing. It's not working out. It's not, suiting me or not suiting somebody in the family member. So I have to change my strategy, right? Or you have hired, some help, and somehow, you're not very comfortable, confident with that help. So you have to find somebody else. Or a daycare that you're sending your child. The child has to get used to the daycare. Suddenly the child is not going to get used, go to the daycare and feel very happy about it. Correct? So you have to behave. And I have done that. I have done that when my daughter was 2. And we had decided to send her to this, whatever we sent, right? The Montessori. So my daughter is 19 now. So I'm talking many years ago. So the Montessori that you put the child into before, the child joins a formal school for nursery. So I knew that June she was going to start. And it's going to be 3 hours, 4 hours, I think 9 to 12, 3 hours of Montessori that she was going to go. Now, I was a working woman, and of course, my kitchen was being, looked after by my mother-in-law. She used to, make the meals and all of that. And being in an IT company in Bangalore, there were long commutes. So I used to, of course, leave by, 8:30, 8:45. So there was no time for me to spend in the kitchen. So the food would be ready, I would pack and I would leave. And Sriha, my daughter, was being looked after by, my mother-in-law. Now, if she had to start going to school, what are the things that we had to do? We had to ensure that she wakes up by 6:30. The child, when the child is 2 years old, is never going to have, a predictable, waking up time. And you are not going to bother also because she's at home. and there's someone to care for her. But now that 6:30 she should wake up, she should be bathed, she should finish her potty, and then she should come and sit and have a breakfast and be ready to go to that school at 8:30. And I knew that this was going to be a crazy affair on 1st of June. So in the months of May and June, I started behaving as if she is already going to school. So I used to wake her up at 6:30, give her a bath and, get her ready. And then I knew that nobody will have the time to sit and feed her breakfast. You know how kids are, right? They will want to see the cow and the moon and everything else. And, it'll take about 45 minutes to 1 hour to, eat. And we don't have the luxury of time in the morning. Everyone is busy. So I said she has to learn to eat on her own. Okay, you will laugh your head off, a 2-year-old. But I said, no, she has to, because there is no time otherwise. No one has the time. So I started, putting a plate in front of her. I used to, if it was dosas or idlis, make small pieces of it, chapati, small pieces or whatever, and leave it on the plate and said, eat. What happened? Child would not eat. Child doesn't know that, it's kind of something that she has to do. She thought it was a game and she would pick all the pieces and strew it all around the room, and in the room was becoming more messy. It only gave me more work and nothing was going inside her. I used to get, scolded by all my family members. What are you up to? The child is not eating. What are you deriving out of it and all of that? But I said, no, I'm going to ensure that she's going to start eating at some point in time on her own before the school starts. So while it was extra work for me because I had to clean up that room afterwards, I knew the minute I'm gone to work, my mother-in-law will feed her. So it's not that she's going to go, starving because she's not eaten any of that breakfast. After about a week, 10 days, she realized nobody's playing this game of, throwing the food around. Some pieces went in, some pieces still came out, but there was progress. And by the time it was 1st of June, the child had learned to sit and eat on her own. And 1st of June was such a pleasant experience. There was no stress, just take her to school, right? So this is the kind of preparation you have to do prior to restarting, preparing the family. They have to see that you're working or you're doing something, hence you will not be available to them for the 3 hours. So how do they become independent? How do they manage when you're not there, correct? And then you can fine tune some of the things. Or maybe there will be a realization that you can't still restart. Maybe it's going to take you another 3 months. That 1st of January 2021 is still not the right time for you to restart because your family still needs you or your child still needs you or you're not still able to let go of certain things, which is perfectly fine. Because what we want to avoid is the minute you restart and you have, all of the stress on you, you can't let go, you have to do stuff at home, people are demanding things of you. At the same time, your company is going to demand, expectations are there. The stress is going to pile on, and the first thing that will happen is you will decide to take a second break because you're not able to manage this, and we don't want that to happen. Hence, this period of cooling off from your break and preparing for getting into the career is so important. Now the question comes, of course. The mind, the family, the work environment and all of that is something that you have to, manage. Nobody can help you. But the rest of the things, where do I find information on skilling, industry trends, networking events? How do I create my personal brand? There are a lot of online portals today. Plenty are available, especially for women on a career break. Jobs for Her, which is where I was working before I, did my college job, is an online portal that helps women on a career break restart their careers. Now, what happens is that these women will go and they think it's like any other job portal, like a Naukri or IIM jobs or whatever else you have. They will go and put their CV on that portal. And then they will call me after some days and say, this portal doesn't work. Why? Because I put my CV and nobody is giving me a call. But if you explore the portal, whichever portal, and I know Jobs for Her because I very closely work there, but any other portal, it provides you immense number of resources beyond just uploading your CV and looking at the job opportunities. So it will have opportunities for you to network. It will have opportunities for you to, get mentoring. It will have opportunities for you to attend events, right? And so on Jobs for Her, there is a vertical for reskilling, there is a vertical for mentoring, there's a vertical called events, there's a vertical called groups, And they will not use any of this. There is a vertical called blogs, which are stories of women who have taken a career break and restarted their career. You can't just apply for a job and assume somebody will call you. You have to make that effort by attending all of this, making use of all these resources. And today everything is available on the fingertip, literally on your keyboard, right? You can do everything online. So find mentoring portals, find mentors, start attending as many events that you can, like today's. And the thing about events is, don't go for events that are very, very specific to the kind of career that you want. You have to go to as many diverse events as you want to, and you can. So you might be inclined towards a technology role, but go and attend an entrepreneurship, event. Go and attend, a book reading, kind of an event. Go and attend a parenting event. This is for women, on a career break, even otherwise, because the amount of learning you get from attending these diverse events is unimaginable. And you can never, sit and read a book and get that kind of learning. And in today's world, when things are changing so drastically, you need to know as much as you can about, the outside world. So as many diverse events that you can, start attending. And then network. So networking itself is a topic by itself. And, Aishwarya knows that, I can spend a good 90 minutes on that. But networking is all about getting to know unknown people, connecting with them on LinkedIn in today's online world. Of course, you should, have also physical, contacts and meet up people, but nurturing those connections, because that's how you are going to get your, next set of opportunities. While you can apply for jobs, and there is still some percentage of jobs that get fulfilled through the application process, a majority of them get fulfilled through networks. So that is also very, very important. And there is plenty of online content available today for you to study and learn from. And the simplest and the easiest is all our social media. So while I said, where do you prioritize your social media, if used to the right way, which is for learning, can still, stay at the top of your, priority list. So for example, if you want a job in a particular company, start following that company on LinkedIn, on Twitter. Okay. If you want, if you have certain role models and you want to kind of, be like them, or kind of shine like them, start following them on social media. What happens is, from the next day, your LinkedIn feed starts showing you updates from that company, updates from this person who's a role model. And these updates will also tell you how the industry is changing. Or it will tell you, where is this organization focused towards? Automatically, you're building in learning, so that tomorrow, if ever there is a job opportunity and you're applying to that company, you know the past of the company, you know their vision, you know the strategy, you know the things that they are getting into, you know their business models. So very important that you start following people and organizations who you really want to be like, work with, or work at, and the learning will be automatic from these social media feeds. And there's a lot of online content. There are blogs, there are videos, there are, snippets. And today, bite-sized learning is gaining more momentum. There's more than enough of that. Make use of all of that. And that's how you prepare. And once you've prepared, what do? Go play a match? Go chase all out to get that dream job. And you will get it. And you will be much better prepared, and you will be, it's not only about getting the job, you will be able to deliver on the job much better. Okay. But that is why I thought, I must stress on the get, set, go, or the ready, steady, go. Those two are very, very important. And before I stop my talk, I'm going to say that now is the best time. And when I say now, in general, I say that the time is now. Whatever you want to do, not in the now, not in the pandemic. Anytime you decide, when do I do this? The answer to that should be now, because there is no tomorrow for it. The tomorrow will never come. So you want to do something, the time is now. You start it right now. But in this case, in this specific, slide, I'm saying the current pandemic time is the best time for women who are on a career break to restart, or in general for all of us. Why and how, right? To start with, you can start volunteering. Like, I know that there are so many volunteers, that are making this happen today. The amount of learning that, and the exposure and the networking and the branding you're going to get because of that is immense, right? So the other myth that women have, or generally others have, is when I start working, I need to earn. Of course, you need to earn. I'm not denying that. And you must negotiate and get your right salary, what you kind of, are deserving of. But till that time, why don't you pick up a particular role and volunteer for that? And there are a lot of organizations today, they do offer roles on voluntary basis. Now, what that gives you is an exposure into a very different kind of an industry, different kind of a role, and a learning, which is, otherwise you wouldn't have had. And 3 months of volunteering will tell you whether you like it or not. And if you like it, and if you're good at it, maybe that will, get converted into a permanent role. If the employers are happy about you, they may offer you a permanent role. If nothing, you have 3 months to call as experience now. You no longer are in career break. Correct? You will walk out with 3 months of experience, and that can be showcased on your CV, and you can apply for your next job with that experience. Even if that doesn't work, at least you're better off because you understand that this is not a role for me. This is not the kind of an organization that I want to go to, because these are the challenges, these are my limitations. So you have, erased out, a certain set of roles that you would wish to apply for. That is exactly how I got into the startup, the one that I was talking about, because I went and volunteered for them. I was, a moderator at the Design Thinking Summit, so I really understood the work that they do. And hence, I knew that this organization will work like this. It's going to be one table and 10 people. I knew exactly that. And that table used to become lunch table at lunchtime and go back to become a work table, after that. So I knew all of this. So I was kind of prepared, that, okay, if I go and work there, this is something that I have to be able to deal with. So that's what volunteering gives you. What's the worst? If you don't volunteer, if you still want to continue to earn, of course, the internship is a good option, but I'm saying if you are going to only apply for jobs which are going to pay you can, or you're very going to be finicky about, this is the kind of a company, this is the salary I should get, this is the role I should get, because all my peers are, far away, and I want to kind of get to that level only when I restart, you're only wasting time. So your 6 months has gone by, you've not got a job, you've not made any money, right? Instead, at least if you volunteered, you've got 6 months of experience on your CV. It's so much better than not having a job and still being called as a woman on a career break. There are plenty of internship opportunities also. They're called returnships for women on a career break. So companies may not hire you directly, but they will give you a 6-month returnship or whatever that period is, wherein they will give you live projects to work on, exactly like an internship, but you will have someone to teach you, buddy with you, and at the end of the 6 months, they will evaluate. If they find you good enough, they will offer you, permanent employment. Otherwise, that 6 months of, learning can, take you to another company. Now is the best time because there are no overhead costs for the companies. Otherwise, when they have to hire women, they will think, okay, if this job is, late hours, then, we have to provide for transport for this woman, to kind of go back at 8 o'clock in the night. So that's an overhead for the company, and they will think, okay, should I hire a woman or not? But now there is no overhead. You're working from home. So in fact, you're better off because you can work at 8, at 9, at 10, or whatever, time that is. So it is a good time for you to, look at restarting. There are no location constraints, so you don't have to look at only Bangalore-based or Chennai-based jobs. You can actually look at, jobs which are outside of where you actually, are living. Because I think the arena has opened up for more and more work to be done remotely. Even those mindsets have changed from the companies. Of course, you can explore different organizations and different roles, and I will tell you why. Because the future of work is gig. If you've not heard of this word gig, organization structures in the past used to be mostly of permanent hires, right? Permanent employees. So you actually sign up and you say, okay, fine, this is the salary, these are the variables that you're going to get, and this is the PF and all of that, and you're on their rolls till you actually put down your resignation. So you're a permanent employee. And there used to be a small portion who used to be on contract. These would be probably some projects which are 6 months based, so they will get some, say, developers or somebody on contract, and they would exit after that. But today, the organization structures are changing also because of the pandemic with so much of uncertainty to have a very lean employment base. So, those employees who are, given this kind of employment are very, very minuscule, and most of the jobs are being offered on contract and they are gig kind of. So what is a gig? You pick up a particular project, a particular role, you do it for a few months, you finish it off, and then you move on to, either another project in the company or into a different, another gig that you're going to take. At the same time, you could be doing two gigs. So I might be doing a gig for, XYZ company, and I might be doing another gig for, ABC at the same time. As long as you're able to deliver both the projects and, you're not kind of, compromising on anything from your side, delivering it the way both the companies want, you can do two different gigs. And the two gigs could be very, very different. Of course, there should not be any conflict of interest between those two projects. But one could be that, you are a tech person, and the second could be you really love to write content. So you could be doing content writing as one gig, and the other could be tech. So that's the kind of opportunity that is being presented today. And hence you could explore different organizations, different varied kinds of roles when you are restarting. And of course, the last is that you can be your own boss, you could freelance, you could consult. So you really, have no boundaries of, reporting into someone except for the fact that you're going to deliver the piece of work as you've kind of signed the contract. Or you could start up on your own, start up something small on your own and be your own boss. And hence, now is the best time for anyone to start or to restart or to, explore other kinds of opportunities. So in saying that, I would say thank you. And I hope this was useful and meaningful, and I'm happy to take questions, but I would love to remain connected with you all on LinkedIn. Do send me a message saying that you heard me at this conference today, so I know who you are, and I will definitely accept your invite. I now hand it over to Tasneem for any questions that I may need to, answer.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful session. It was really so enthusiastic and so energetic, powerful session,
Thank
I
you,
should
sir.
say. Ma'am, we are having a couple of appreciation in the chat box.
Thanks.
And by this time, please, I'm requesting all the participants, the floor is open for you. You may unmute your microphone and you can ask your question, or if you want to interact directly with our honorable speaker, then you are really welcome to do that. And also you can also write your question and queries in the chat box, so we will read that, and our speaker will try to give the answer in brief as much as possible.
Sure.
And ma'am, thank you so much once again for your wonderful session. So ma'am, actually we are having a couple of questions. Okay, then let me ask my question later on. At first, let's take the question from the chat box.
Sure.
So Bibhuti Dahia asked, can you please share the small incident that you experienced when you decided to go back to the workforce?
So, actually I have not taken a break per se, if you look at it. So 25 years non-stop corporate career. I took 10 months off when my daughter was born, but I was still unemployed in the organization. So it was just that I got 10 months leave, after which I quit from the corporate in 2017, September. So, and then I went on with this consulting, I told you, right, at the startup in November. So probably 1 month. But I will tell you how I managed that transition. Maybe that's an interesting story. I had not really thought of taking quitting the corporate. So I'm not going to be very, say that, hey, I got tired of the corporate. That was not the way I quit. In the month of May 2017, my mother, so we realized that she was going through some health issues and she had to undergo a surgery. And I was in this role which had a lot of travel. I used to be always out of Bangalore, where I live. And I didn't know what the surgery was going to, and then how she was going to recover. And I'm the only child and my father is no more. So I needed to care for her. So I told my organization that I'm going to take 6 weeks off, because after the surgery, she had to be on 6 weeks leave. So I told her to come and stay with me, and came out of the project. And I said, the next role that I pick up, I do not want to do any travel. Okay, I want to be, in Bangalore, which was a very career limiting move because, I worked at a services company where any project is, spread across at least 3 locations. It'll be Chennai, Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore. So, and at the position that I was at as a director of delivery, I couldn't have, found a project which was like that. But I was very clear that I don't want to travel. So I took 6 weeks off. But what I did was, while I told my mother who came and stayed with me, mothers are like that. They won't want to come and stay with you because I was living with my in-laws. So I told her, I will take this 6 weeks off and I'll be at home. So you don't have to worry. I ensured that I stepped out of the house every day for a couple of hours. Okay. Ensuring that, she was taken care of for those 2 hours. And I went to volunteer. So I went to volunteer at jobs for her. I was volunteering at the startup that I told you. But I also went about meeting a lot of people because in my head I was thinking, something told me, maybe the sixth sense or intuition, that if I do not want to continue in the corporate, then what do I do? Right? If at all I don't get a project which has no travel, then I may quit. That was what it was in my mind. So let me start meeting people. And who are these people that I was meeting? I was meeting unknown people. I was meeting people who I had connected over LinkedIn. I had met at some event and we had exchanged numbers. And I was telling them, I would just like to have a chat with you. And people were so happy to come and meet me. And of course, those days we used to go to cafes in Bangalore. Today, I think the opportunity is even better because you just have to do a Zoom or a WebEx and meet with them. I was trying to get ideas from them in terms of what else could I do? Could I collaborate with them and all of that? 6 weeks later, my mother went back to her house. My husband fell extremely ill. He had a severe viral and he just could not sit up also. So I extended my leave because, I had to continue caring for him. And once he recovered, my father-in-law fell very ill. My father-in-law was 96. And in a few days, he passed away, my father-in-law. So then you have the rituals after that for 2-3 weeks, right? So my 6 weeks leave became 3 months. And after that, I was even more sure that I'm not going to pick a role on travel. And my organization said, we cannot continue your leave. So you have to come back and take any project that comes by. So I quit. So that's how I quit. But you know what had happened in those 3 months, except for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks after my father-in-law passed away, even when my husband was unwell, I used to step out every day for a couple of hours to meet people and volunteer. That enabled me to get my next assignment because one, I was talking to people and I had gotten ideas in terms of how I could collaborate. But the same organizations that I volunteered for offered me an opportunity. So the startup offered me an opportunity. And I had signed up a 6-month, contract with them in November. In December, Neha Bagaria, the founder of Jobs for Her, was talking to me saying that she's going to start a not-for-profit foundation and will I come and head that? And I asked her, why are you asking me? Because I don't have any NGO experience, right? It's a new NGO you're starting. I as a person don't have an NGO experience. And she said, I saw you when you came and volunteered at our company. And of course, I could see the passion that you have, but the way you work with the team and the way you engage with the stakeholders, I know that you will figure out how to run an NGO. I need you in that role. So I had to actually wind up my consulting assignment with the startup much earlier than, I had thought of. And I went on to head the not-for-profit foundation. And whoever I met during, that 1 or 2 months, everybody offered me a collaboration. Right? So that's what I want to tell, as an answer to that person, that the time is now and keep moving. Even if it's a small thing, 1 inch, you are able to move, but do not, make it a full break. Whatever little bit you can do. So even though I'm saying that women who have taken a break are not upskilled or they are not, well versed with the industry trends, what I would like to say is keep in touch, even if you're on a break. Keep in touch, with the industry. Every day, spend a little bit of time in meeting people, talking to someone, reading up, learning. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, ma'am, we are having some more questions, but I guess our next speaker is already with us. So we'll take all the questions offline. And
sure. I'm happy, as I said, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, and I also mentor a lot of people. So I'll be happy, to kind of see how I can extend any help.
Thank you so much. Now let's please accept a token of memento for being present as our speaker guest today. Let me share.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The session was wonderful. Within an hour, you have covered a lot of things. And really, thank you so much for joining us today. So, as a token of gratitude, we would like to present you this memento, ma'am. So, currently, our moderator, Tashmin ma'am, will be sharing it.
Thank you so much. That looks so beautiful. I'm honored. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Another request to all the participants to turn on their camera so that we can have we can take a group photo together, virtual group photo.
Yes, that's the new normal.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, Ashurya, would you please help to take?
It's all smile. Wonderful. I got that. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nirja, again. As always, wonderful.
Thank you so much.
All right. So, I think we are following this nice talk with another one. We have our next speaker, who is dynamic IEEE leader, Professor Carolyn McGregor, who's joining us from the other side of the world. It's a very early morning for her. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, Carolyn. So before I hand over the virtual stage to Professor McGregor, I'll briefly introduce her to all of you joining us today. So Professor McGregor is the research chair in AI for health and wellness and a two-time Canada research chair in health informatics and based at the Ontario Tech University. She is the co-director and founder of the Joint Research Center in AI for Health and Wellness. And she has published and obtained several patents in her research field, several awards. In 2018, she was named as the Women Leader in Digital Health by Digital Health Canada. And in IEEE, Professor McGregor has held several leadership positions. And most recently, she is the EMBS, the Engineering and Medicine Biology Society's VP elect member and student activities. And she will become the EMBS VP member in student activities in the coming 2 years to follow. She is also the mother and primary carer of 2 teenage children. And of course, like Lisa was mentioning, she is a mentor to both Lisa and myself. It's such a pleasure to have her join us today. And she's going to be talking to us today about finding patterns, leading, disrupting, and being different for the betterment of society while raising children. Over to you, Professor McGregor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Just share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not as yet.
It's showing me it's sharing, so maybe it's just taking a bit. I am joining you from Toronto today.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. I am your technical host for the day. I have given you the presenters right, and you can proceed on with the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can see the screen now?
Yes.
Now I do have a couple of videos to show along the way, so I'll have to just make sure the sound's working for those videos as we go. But first of all, good afternoon, evening, everyone. Good morning for me. It's early morning here in Toronto, and I'm truly delighted to have been invited to come along today. It was great listening to the last speaker. There are some very interesting parallels, certainly returning to work after raising children, being an entrepreneur, consultant, starting your own business. What I've decided to do today is to share with you my journey as a person. My journey certainly includes my life as a woman, as a mother, and even the parallels of dealing with family members who were ill. These things happen to us all in our life journey. Learning how to have that blend of the working life and the personal life, and I don't like to use the term balance, but that blend, And you'll see even towards the end that I have my own reflections on how to do this. In my presentation today, you're going to see photos of clinical cases of preterm infants, photos from law enforcement, and information about my personal journey. You'll perhaps laugh with me, perhaps shed a tear with me, but I wanted to warn you particularly about the research area that I work in, or areas, because some of them people do find confronting. But I won't be giving as much of a technical talk today. It's really just to say the person who I was at different stages, and we can go from there. So this is me when I was 10, roughly 10 or 11, and me who I am today. And you can really tell that it is me. And I have this joke with people because, you know, even my friend, part of my hair here sits roughly the sort of same. It kicks up here. It really is me. So this is who I was then. And, you know, I often get asked, what would I tell myself as a 10-year-old? And I would say simply, you're going to be amazed at what you're going to be able to achieve and do and experience in life. And don't give up. Keep going and believe in yourself, even when others don't. In my own journey, what I was finding when I was around that age and a little bit older was that I really had a natural affinity for mathematics. I really was able to, and I checked this because my kids, when they were around the same age, this is the type of maths they were learning. But I really found that I had an affinity for mathematics. I found it easy and straightforward, and I found that I could always recognise the patterns. And so I found the subject straightforward. In high school, I would like to do, these are logic problems where you'd be given a scenario and you'd have to try and work out through the scenario what the person's, you know, different attributes that could be related to a person. In this one, it's about what dog they had and what year, and, you know, other information about the breed of dog, etc. And they were puzzles, and I really enjoyed solving these puzzles. And it turned out when I was in high school that I did actually in grade 9 come first in mathematics. And at the time, my father sat me down and he said, you know, this outcome is great, and I'm so proud of you for coming first, but you need to understand that our family's not that smart. And other people are going to start to surpass you. You're going to reach the point where it's not going to be so clear for you anymore, and you're not going to be able to understand. So I just want to get you ready for that. Didn't really know what to make of that at the time, and my father since apologised for it, but as you'll see, there is a silver lining to these things. But in grade 10, I went on to top the year. Grade 11, I came second. Grade 12, I came first. Second in my year at university. And years later, when I was awarded Order of Australia, my father said to me, you're really not going to plateau, are you? And I said, no. So believe in yourself, I would say always, as a tangent, not just specifically talking about raising children. So who am I and what was I able to achieve? So when I left school, I was very fortunate that I received a cadetship at St George Bank. And this allowed me to study at university as well as work at the bank. This was important to me because I was the first person in my family to go to university. And so having this employment and study and working at the same time was very important for me. When I finished my degree, I was asked to work on a new type of computing system. The managing director at the time had been overseas, and he had seen that his counterparts had these new computing systems at the time called executive information systems that allowed them to see the performance of the business. And because I was a new graduate and I had done well at the university, they wanted to include me on the project. So I helped to create and was the primary person working on the first executive information system. We installed computers on what we called Mahogany Row, because all of the doors and the desks on the managing director and the general manager's floor of the building were all mahogany. So we had to look at how to install computers and run cables in that sort of an environment. But nonetheless, I built the computing platform to be able to have this analytics information. These general managers had the information, and then what happened was that their direct reports didn't have the system, and they didn't know the analytics and couldn't see. And so they rang and said, can you please give us the same system that they have, because we don't have it. So who was I becoming as a result of this? I was an analyst specialist, or becoming an analyst specialist in a very new area. I was learning how to be a project leader and ultimately a manager, learning problem-solving skills when we had issues with the systems, and certainly learning how to deal with difficult people. And at the same time, through this time, I married the man who I had been seeing for a number of years. I was headhunted by another organisation, the largest retail chain in Australia, to do the same thing. They recognised that they needed to understand more about the business. And whereas the analytics platform I built for the bank was understanding how people saved and spent money, how they opened and closed certain products that the bank had, the system that I helped build and led the creation of at Woolworths was to understand people's buying and purchasing patterns. So this required me to travel across the country, because we did recognise we needed to install this for the state managers and their product buyers. Quite a significant installation. And so through this process, I learned a lot about the difference between just being a manager and leading. I learned how to strategic plan to create these types of systems. And I recognised that, perhaps similarly even to the last speaker, that I was gathering a set of skills that I could replicate. What I realised in myself was that I wasn't someone who liked just looking after an operational system. I was somebody who liked to create things, to be able to build things. So what I decided to do, and I had the opportunity to do, was to become a consultant, to help many organisations down this pathway of creating their analytics infrastructure. And so I started my own business, and I learned a lot about becoming an entrepreneur. And at the same time, I was reaching a point, as we, with my husband, that we wanted to start a family. In our case, though, that didn't happen straight away. So I was juggling, trying to investigate why I wasn't able to start a family while I was travelling, installing these systems and working on corporate strategy with a number of organisations. It allowed me to have a flexible lifestyle because I could work the hours that I chose to work, because I could say to organisations I'm only available 3 days a week while I'm working on the project. What also happened at the same time was that I was teaching part-time at a university, and a neonatologist who was at a hospital less than a kilometre away from my university in the regional centre that I was in Australia, came to the university and he said, we have a lot of numbers that show on these medical devices. They show us a lot of numbers. They show us the data second by second. We use that data to see if a baby is alive, but it doesn't really tell us the ongoing trends and patterns of, are they developing an infection? Are they becoming anemic? And a number of other conditions that babies could develop. And he was looking for computing people who would be interested in working on some collaborative research. And this would prove to be a pivotal point in my life. What we'd wanted to work on was a new form of differential diagnosis system. It would allow us to be able to diagnose what conditions that people were developing rather than having to run a whole lot of invasive tests. However, and ironically, at the same time, I had finally become pregnant myself. And so I was attending these various meetings and progressing with research as I was progressing through my pregnancy. But unfortunately, as you will learn about me in any of the coverage of my work, my daughter was born premature. She had a very rare chromosome abnormality and she passed away. At that same time, what isn't often publicised is that I was extremely ill myself. I had very severe preeclampsia and other conditions. And had I not been found and had I not been tested on the day that everything unfolded, I may not have survived. It took 6 months for me to recover from that, emotionally, but also physically. It took me 6 months to be able to comfortably walk about 200 metres and not be out of breath. And also, I was studying for my PhD at the same time. And so I had to get to a point of re-picking up my PhD study, reconnecting with it, because my work was largely on demonstrating a generic approach for businesses with analytics from what I had learned. But it really allowed me to reflect on my skill set and my life and to look at what I wanted to do moving forward. So what I came to realise was that I asked myself this question: what can I create that's going to help even one family to bring their baby home alive? And how can I get data from the medical devices? How can I support clinical decision making using medical device data? And how can I support any baby anywhere at any time? So these were some fundamental guiding principles that I had at a time where we didn't have Internet of Things, at a time when big data analytics wasn't known. I was really at the early cusp of it. But I knew that the data in the medical devices wasn't being captured. And certainly some researchers were using it, but they weren't doing it in a systemic way, the way that an engineer information systems specialist could. And this is what I wanted to do. Fortunately, as the years went by, I was able to go on and have further children. I now have a daughter and then a few years later, a son. But life does have a way of introducing various twists and turns. And when my son was only a few weeks old, unfortunately, I was on maternity leave and I was looking after both children. My husband was diagnosed with cancer, malignant melanoma. So the time that I was on maternity leave, and like the previous speaker, while I was officially on maternity leave from my university work and the consulting work, I still was able to work on things at my own pace. And certainly when I went back to work as well, I learned some important things, and that was about time management. And there have been many studies actually that women returning from maternity leave are amongst the most productive people in the workforce and productive people in life in general. And I put this clock because it becomes the friend and the enemy of any woman returning to work and any parent returning to work, because you're very time driven. You need to be at childcare by a certain time to drop them off. You need to be at the childcare by a certain time to pick them up. The children wake up at certain times through the night. They have certain requirements for certain things at certain time. And you juggle trying to work on things at your own pace. But what I found was that at any time I was trying to work on a grant application or a paper submission that had a hard deadline, that was always when life seemed to fall apart. And either the children were cutting teeth, or they had a fever, or something else happened, or my husband had an emergency incident with his cancer treatment, and time just became this blurred thing. And these are melting clocks by a particular artist and from Australia, and I've always liked, or not from Australia, but I've always liked this concept of these melting clocks, because I think that it encapsulates well what happens when we all try and do what some refer to as a juggle in life. And at the end of this talk, I'm going to give you my own reflections on how to look at this perspective that I've learned over the years. But nonetheless, I'll continue on my journey. That during this time also, around 2006 and 2005, I was attending an international conference. I met a founding dean of a university, actually where I'm at now, who said to me, would you consider moving countries? Would you consider bringing your work with the neonates and remote care for neonates to Canada? And at the time I said, well, Canada and Australia have very similar cultures. Weather is different. Sporting interests are different. I like cricket. They like hockey. Here they like hockey. But the tyrannies of distance and the issues of provisioning care at a distance are very similar. So we pursued the option of them seeing if I could be appointed by the Canadian government and the research agencies here as a Canada Research Chair, for which there were 2,000 spread right across the country in all different disciplines. And while I was pregnant, even around the time with my son, they asked if I would come across for an interview. So I came across with a young child and being pregnant. And at the time it was a new university, and they asked me, do you have a pioneering spirit? And I put these weather memes up because, I came from a country that was very hot, certainly compared to Canada, to a country now where the coldest I've been is minus 41 degrees. And I've been outside and trying to talk and my throat closes. It's quite a difference to what I have now. But we decided that ultimately it was a good move for us. It was a great opportunity for me. It was another life experience. I wasn't sure how many years it would go for. So far, I was only saying to someone the other day, I'm on my 14th year of my working holiday here in Canada. And so the other thing I realised was that I was a disruptive innovator. These are some examples of disruptive innovations that really changed the way we think. So I moved across to Canada with my 3.5-year-old daughter, my 15-month-old son, and my husband. And I worked to create another version of this new form of computing platform where we ingested data from medical devices. You may or may not have seen this. I'm hoping the sound will come through. This was an ad that was made about my research by IBM, who I was collaborating with. So I'll just play this.
Is a baby generating data in a neonatal ward. Every heartbeat, every breath, every anomaly, from over 1,000 pieces of unique information per second, helping doctors find new ways to detect life-threatening infections up to 24 hours sooner. Smarter Planet, analyze the data and you can predict what will happen faster. So you can do what they're doing in Toronto. Build a smarter hospital. Let's build a smarter planet.
So I hope you were able to hear that sound. Did that sound come through all right on the video? Perfect. Then we'll play the other videos. Oops, not that one. I'll keep going to the next slide. So what I've been able to do in my research while I have the juggle of life is that I use physiological data and I look for patterns in physiological data, whether the baby's in a normal state, developing infection, requiring a blood transfusion, the impact of certain drugs, and I'd lead a team doing this type of work. And I was very fortunate that this project was quite successful with IBM, and I was included in a centennial video when IBM reached 100 years. So this is a snippet from that video, and I want to explain why I'm showing it at the time.
That's one child that gets to go on to live. That's one family that doesn't have to go through the crushing implosion that you go when you lose a child.
So that was my daughter in the shot. So when I have to do various filming activities at different times, my kids might need to be there. On this particular opportunity, she was playing under the desk. They were trying to take videos. They decided to take that shot and ended up including it in the Centennial video. It's called Wild Ducks, or the IBM Centennial video. And it just recognises that at all times I am needing to include and consider my children in their involvement in my working life. I've put this slide up, I believe in me. It was something that I've always had to remember through my work because, and I'll speak to this again at the end, because I think differently. I have a different perspective because I'm raising children, partly because I'm a woman, cultural differences, having worked in industry for 10 years, not just being an academic. And it's meant that at many times I get confronted with opinions of people that I'm not good enough. I'm not traditional enough, that I don't follow the rules of what I should do to be succeeding in academia. that it's not the right way of doing things. I've had fellow academics get rather annoyed that I was a Canada Research Chair because I didn't have as many publications as them, and not seeing the value that we can contribute in different ways. And I think that it's very important as we do this juggle and as we honour the people that we are, we recognise that we are bringing value. And ironically, through this whole time of progressing in my career and, you know, raising children and blending that life, that I was actually very successful in a number of awards for my research, receiving awards from IBM. IBM themselves moved from position 5, thank you, moved from position 5 to position 4 in the Bloomberg Business Week, Most Innovative Companies in 2010. And they noted at that time in the article the reason they moved them up one position was because of the work that they were doing with preterm infants, which was my work. I was awarded the Order of Australia back in 2014, another award for expats in 2015, and I have received other awards. And these awards are fantastic. The reason that I wanted to highlight this is that life is about different perspectives, and I am not a traditional academic, but it has meant that I have been able to really create some very different types of solutions. And one that I didn't put up here because I didn't want to name when it happened was that I was awarded an innovation award, another one to that listed, and I was invited to speak as part of a group of panelists who all had received different types of innovation awards. And at that time, interestingly, all the panelists were women, all of the innovation recipients were women, and the panel was being run by a man. And he said to me just before we were to go up on the stage, he said, "Oh, it's just wonderful the way this is all unfolded." And I looked at him and said, "Unfolded? I'm sorry, what are you referring to?" He said, "Oh, well, your husband. You know, it's wonderful that what happened with your husband led to here." And I looked at him and I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." "Well, your husband. I'm sure it was your husband and his job that brought you to Canada, and then that meant that you could have a Canada Research Chair." And I looked at him and said, "No, I was the one who was headhunted and invited and appointed as a Canada Research Chair, and my husband and children came with me." And he looked at me and went, "Oh." So it happens to me, it happens to us all. You have to come to peace with the fact that different people will have a different belief and perspective of you, and you need to just come to peace with that and believe in yourself. My parenting realities over these last several years. I've had multiple ambulance trips. My son had an issue where every 6 months his throat's closing and he would need breathing support just at the change of season. And my daughter had a couple of incidents. So it turns out I'm the one who has been in the back of an ambulance the most, even though it was never for me, touch wood. My children have had planned surgeries, unplanned emergency visits, unplanned emergency admissions. I had one situation where my daughter she was found to have very unexplained high fever. It turned out to be an infection in her hip. They have no idea how the infection got into her bloodstream, possibly from a dental visit, no clue. The bottom line was 24 hours later, I'm beside her bed space. She's having an emergency MRI, prepping for emergency surgery, and I'm still wearing my work clothes from the day before. So these things happen to us all. And along the way, some nicer aspects of this juggle that we all do, that I created a way that I could always stay connected with my children when I would do a number of business trips for my research to many countries, whether I was presenting or working with collaborators in different countries. And I'd be away for, 3 to 5 days, depending on the work pattern. That I'd always have story time with my children wherever possible. Whatever time of the day or night, I'd connect with them at night time. I would either read to them live from a storybook that we were working through, because I would always read in the evenings to my children, or I would record it. I love my iPhone because I could do voice memos and I would record that. I learnt a lot about flying with children over the years. Learnt an awful lot. Could probably write a book on that. I was very fortunate my kids were well behaved. I used to change my children into their pyjamas in bathrooms on the plane so that they knew it was time to go to sleep, so they would go to sleep. Many life lessons. I often wondered whether I did the right or the wrong thing with my children, even now with them travelling. They tell me a resounding yes, Mum, I did the right thing. They love the travel. They learnt about conferences. They learnt about life, cultures in other countries. It's given them a great perspective. They're very grateful. They learnt to, I learnt ways to keep track of them in airport, that pulling their own bag means that they slow down. So even though they were told not to run off, it also kept them in tow. So where am I today? In my research work, I have a live deployment now running of a more production version, or the final pre-production version of my platform. Monitors 68 bed spaces of some of the youngest infants in our province here, and we're working on deployments in other countries. As I said, I'm not going to dwell too much on technical. I just wanted you to understand that I very much have an active work life as well as being a parent. I look at the differences in digital twins from machinery to monitoring humans, because we think, we feel, we have choice, we individualise, and that reflects and impacts how we create these digital twins so that we can monitor people for health. My work's extended beyond the babies. I met the Staff Sergeant of a tactical team when he heard about what I was doing. He said, well, that's interesting and fascinating when we really need the opportunity to monitor SWAT teams and tactical officers while they train. So I've gone on to do work with them in virtual reality and monitoring their physiology. And also we have climatic chambers here at the university. In addition to just being brought over here for Canada Research Chair's sake per se, this university has a number of unique facilities. We have these very, very large climatic chambers. So I monitor firefighters, and I have another little video to show you that work. I hope this video works well for you.
Today, you are going to do something that no student before you has done. You are going to experience what firefighting is like in the real world. What it's like to haul a hose in punishing weather. To give CPR under impossible conditions. To breathe when you are drowning in freezing rain. You will break down a door and enter a room. Visibility is 0. And it's hotter than any place you've ever been. We will measure how your body performs, the breaths you take, and the beats of your heart. Learning how your body reacts and operates under stress, you will become more capable and more prepared than any recruit before you. Now, kill the lights. When you finally face that critical and dangerous situation, you will have the skills and experience to save the life of that victim, your fellow firefighter, or perhaps yourself.
Well, the experience is definitely different from a classroom. I mean,
I'll just pause it there. So, as I move on. So through that work, we've been able to monitor well over 150 firefighter students over a few years. We've learned some interesting things about that. We've learned that there are different patterns in biological males and females for how they deal with stress. I won't go into that in a lot of detail, but obviously, juggling, running these types of experiments, the logistics, making sure kids get to school, juggling if I need to duck back to the school, if they've got a fever. This is life and the reality. A little bit about these climatic chambers. We have a large wind tunnel here, some other climate chambers. I was the first person at the university, these have been in existence for about 10 years. I was the first person to create an integrated deployment scene across multiple chambers that they're all interconnected. So this is a scene where we heated it to 50 degrees Celsius, which as an Australian, I was fine with these temperatures, quite used to them. Canadians, not so much. This is part of some work that I now do for the Defence Forces here in Canada. And the same scene, chill to minus 20. We do these performance analytics to understand for any individual how they've performed with their heart rate and overall physiology. Some other work that I do, my students wonder whether I sleep. I think sleep deprivation with my kids has potentially helped over the years because I work into the evenings because I spend my afternoon and evenings with them. But my work now has also taken me to space, helping to build monitoring systems for astronauts adapt in space. So I work with the Canadian Space Agency and the European now, and also the Russian Institute for Biomedical Problems. People used to think that I was very weird because I worked with babies and astronauts and they couldn't see the connection because I'm different and I'm weird. And that's usually just the baseline. And I explained to them, well, premature infants and astronauts have to go through an adaptation process. Babies who are born preterm have to adapt to gravity and breathing oxygen and having their lungs function earlier than planned, and astronauts have to deal with weightlessness and a number of other aspects. So I was very fortunate collaborating, as I said, with Russia, went to their analog sites, and also these are the dry immersion tanks. My son's a bit of a techie. He thinks the work that I do in this area is very cool. He likes the space work and likes to learn about it as we go. My daughter is more interested in animals, so she's more interested in the growing area of veterinary engineering, which I have some involvement with now. Some experiments I was involved with, the first all-female crew, that was in this isolation facility, and interestingly my team analysing the data here in Canada was all female. I won't dwell on it. Some of the analytics, we were able to show that rather than just daily averages with my system, we can measure and look at the changing patterns every 5 minutes. So in my lab I have the monitoring equipment that they use in space and be able to work with that. So what do I do now? I run a joint research centre now between Australia and Canada. I have dual appointments in Australia and Canada. This works very well from a lifestyle perspective for me, except when things like COVID hit and I'm grounded here in Canada. But my parents aren't getting any younger. It gives me the flexibility that when I need to, when planes are flying again, that I can duck back to Australia in the event that there are issues with my parents. So now I lead this joint research centre where we monitor physiology across a whole lot of different populations. At the same time, I drive a mummy taxi. My life realities, my husband is not actually here. He has been stuck in Australia for since March when the planes were cancelled. My children and I made it back to Canada. He decided to stay a little longer and hasn't made it out. So I'm the primary taxi driver. The one on the right is for the fact that I'm now teaching my daughter to drive because she's of that age. So I have driving lessons, driving kids myself, running a household, life. I am different. And I recognise that that's okay. And you need to be different to actually innovate and do things differently. So when I'm told that's not the usual way, you're not very conventional, I've learned to live with that. And I've learned to embrace it. And I've learned to enjoy the fact that I am different to a lot of the people I work with. I work in still an environment in this country that's predominantly male in computer science and engineering. There's lots of work we're doing to make those changes, and those changes are coming. And interestingly, in countries like Russia, it's not that there are more males and females in these different areas. That all-female crew that I provided you the photo of, most of those are biomedical engineers. And engineering and computing is roughly 50-50. And I wanted to close out speaking about what I've said as I've called it a juggle, and you'll see in a minute I really don't think of it that way anymore. people think about the balance. You have to balance work and life, and you have to compartmentalize sleep and work and family time. And to a certain extent, this is partially true if you put a clock, because I tell my students and people I work with that from 7 until 9 in the morning through the week, my focus is on coordinating things with my children and getting them to school and starting the day. If you want to ask me something between 7 and 9 in the morning, text me. Don't send long emails, certainly don't send attachments, because it's going to be very difficult in those windows. From about 3 till about 9-ish these days, I have over the years been assisting with homework, doing housework, taking kids to their various activities, meals, family time, getting them off to bed. And then I start working. I'm not one, and I haven't for many years, to just sit and watch television. And I wanted to finally speak about these types of diagrams. You know, when I was doing the juggle myself, many people were talking about this work-life balance. Oh, and one that I think is just charming is this one. You know, and I get told, you're always working, you're always busy. In this case, well, okay. But I've personally come to peace that I don't like these diagrams. They're very harsh, they're very confronting, and they portray it as a battle. And I have come to peace with the fact that my life is not a battle. My life has not been a battle. My life's actually been very enjoyable. And I think it's because of my Australian heritage, my life here in Canada with what a thing called an inukshuk, where they stack pebbles, that I've come to say that in my own mind, this is how I breathe and come to peace with what my life is. My life is a peaceful harmony. The waves from the ocean depicted in this diagram is time. It's the waves of time. And if you're ever at a beach, you'll know that the waves of time, the waves wash things up onto the beach and they take things away. And so things crop up in my life. The movement of the sand makes things percolate up, makes other things percolate back down. It makes things get pushed on top of one another and they have to drop. And more so now with the COVID lifestyle, I've had to, when I returned from Australia, when I made it back in March, I started straight away. I was asked to work with the automotive industry to learn how to make ventilators, because they were trying to look at how they could commission more ventilators in Canada. So I was on calls, I was working with my team on home-based monitoring. I was juggling all of that. I really urge all of you to realise your life is a series of moments, and that you need to have this peaceful harmony between all of these different moments. You have to allow the waves of time to just wash over you, to allow you to focus on what you need to focus on at any particular time, allow you to prioritise. I've learned not to have a to-do list. It's one of the things that I still have on paper, though. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill week to an opening planner. And you'll see, I'll go to these other pages, but, I don't write to-do lists. I have to allocate and be honest with myself what I can do in any given day. My calendar is online. Goodness knows lots of people need to be able to know when I'm available, and so that's online. And then I work out based on what meetings I have, how much time I have in the day, commitments with my children. What are the things that I need to do? What day am I going to get them done? I don't get to everything all the time. I do try and prioritise. People still say to me that I'm busy. My students still think that I never sleep, but I do. But perhaps not for as long as other people, and that is life. So I hope that you found this very real demonstration of a life journey interesting. There are certainly scientific bases to a lot of what I've said about a woman's ability and a parent's ability to time manage, prioritise. The impact of lack of sleep can't be underestimated at different times. And I hope that you found it useful. I am also on LinkedIn. I was thinking I hadn't put that on here when thinking about the last speaker. You can find me on LinkedIn, Carolyn McGregor AM. The AM is a suffix to my name now because I hold an Order of Australia. But this is my Twitter account. If you're interested in following my work, please do. Also, if you're interested in connecting with me, if you feel that a connection with me would be worthwhile, as I said, Carolyn McGregor AM, you can find me on LinkedIn, and I'd be delighted to help. So I'm going to stop speaking now. Hopefully I've sort of got us a bit more back on track in terms of timing, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Hello, ma'am. This is Nandita from.
Hi.
Really great, and it was really touching session, ma'am. We really enjoyed it a lot.
Thank
and
you.
I have a small question for you, ma'am.
Yes.
Is there any need to educate the children from starting from the young age? Because all the parents start the education in the young age itself. So what is your opinion on that, ma'am?
I know that there are questions about starting at a young age, and I have seen that a lot. One of the things that I've noticed with both of my children was that the pivotal age was more around 8 or 9. And both of my children, I mean, I'd read to them a lot. So in my case, both of my children were able to read themselves. Their comprehension was much more advanced because I was reading stories to them that were much more advanced than they could read themselves. Their reading themselves was around par though with their classmates. They weren't excelling in that. But I found when they were about 8 or 9, 10, that's age, that's really where I needed to ensure and support them to feel good about themselves, to be strong in their educational journey, and in both cases to make sure that they were at the level that they needed to be at. And I think that that's important, that even if you teach the child to read early, teach them about numbers early, they need to understand a learning behaviour and how to learn. And it's around 8 to 10 that their skill set needs to change, because the focus is around learning numbers and about being able to read. And then the focus from 8 to 10 onwards is actually learning how to learn. And I was very fortunate because and at that age, they start to question who they are, and they start to question, I'm dumb at certain things, and et cetera, et cetera. And I've seen it with many, many children. And because I've worked with a lot of children as well who don't think that they can do mathematics. So that's how I would comment about that. I would certainly support them to learn letters, support them to have a broad understanding of life, and read to children, because their mind, their ability to absorb is much more advanced than their ability themselves to read. Long answer, I hope it was helpful. And my children are excelling. My daughter in this last year had the highest GPA to school, and it's certainly not me, it's who she is as a person. And my son is excelling similarly at school.
Yes, ma'am. And one of the participants have a question for you, ma'am. And that is, parents often want a career path for us that has least number of risk and safe. So should the children be quiet and keep working, or have a chat with them about this?
Sorry, the first part you said that parents think that they should be quiet in their kids' journey, or they should be, I'm not quite sure what you meant for the first part. Could you just say that again? I couldn't hear you properly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Parents often want us to choose a career which has the least number of risk and it is safe.
Yes.
So should the children be keeping? Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so when I got my cadetship to work in computer science with the bank, my parents thought it was great because I was working for a bank. and my mum had been a teller at the bank, so it was something they could understand and they thought it was very safe. And the job actually allowed me to be a computer scientist, and they thought I was working for a bank, so it was safe. So that's the experience I had as a person. And I've seen many students where their parents are trying to drive the pathway of the children. What we all have to keep in mind is that people, our children, anybody, have their own natural strengths and abilities. And I think we all have to assess what it means to be safe, because I really like what the last speaker said about having gigs and thinking about having gigs. It may not provide you with systemic healthcare through an employer or some employment stability, but I worked as a consultant for many, many years, and I did many gigs as a consultant. So, and I had people who came into my company who were doing the same thing. So I really understand that. I think safety comes from self-esteem. I think safety comes from financial stability. And I think that we have to get our minds around moving forward, that they are the things that we need to instill to specialise in an area, that's an industry and a working life that's a growth area, and to ensure they have some skill sets in financial stability so you don't spend all that you earn, so you have money in the bank when you need it. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, ma'am. And another question from the participant side, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
It's a general question, and there are various coding startups emerging these days. And is it really a nice step to engage a child that is in his early childhood in such activities and don't allow him to enjoy and make memories that is required for childhood? So your comments on the same, please.
Mm-hmm. So my son has had a natural affinity with all things gaming, technology, coding, and I exposed him to a child-friendly visual coding environment when he was quite young, so he could build his own virtual reality games. I spoke with my gaming colleagues at the time. I do work in serious gaming, as you saw, but I still spoke with my gaming colleagues because that was the avenue that he chose to be interested in. And so he learned a lot about logic programming just from visually coupling together elements in a sequence for what would happen in a game. He, commented about wanting to learn about how to write games, so I was teaching him about storyboarding because I understand about storyboarding and goal setting for games and how to do that. But he's also been learning just through exposure to me about what we do with, monitoring people and different types of technology to use that. My son has his own affinities with energy and other things. So I think that it's really important more so for parents to understand what interests your children. I see too often children getting pushed into careers that they're not interested in, and I have to counsel them in university when they're trying to make these transitions. I have many students whose parents wanted the student to be a doctor, and I've seen this over the years, not even ones in my team, but people have come to me and because they've got more of a technology interest, their parents want them to be a doctor, and then I show them that they can pursue a career in either biomedical engineering or health informatics that still gets them in healthcare. In many cultures, though, parents still are not happy with that as career choices. And it's something that I see very often, unfortunately. My approach with my own children, with people I counsel, is I learn what they're good at, what they enjoy, connecting with that. And the reason I put that picture up at the front, it's a constant reminder for me, connecting with the person you are at 10, because that tells you what you're interested in and what you enjoy and what you've got a natural affinity to. I hope that answered the question.
Thanks Caroline. I think that was a wonderful talk and very authentic sharing. We often hear all about the awards, but rarely about what goes behind the scenes and all the effort and the realistic things which happen. So thanks for sharing those with us. And I have a quick question. I am aware that you will have to leave soon to attend to other work. So my question is that what keeps you motivated in doing all these things? I know apart from what you've shared, you also engage in IEEE leadership. You once mentioned in a talk that one of your mottos is never say no to an opportunity which comes up, which I always keep in mind and also share with my mentees. So what keeps you motivated? And another question would be, women rarely apply to awards or open positions. What would be your words of encouragement or motivation to women to go for these awards?
Yeah, no, some great comments. A lot of these opportunities that I've had with former astronaut Dave Williams to enter into the space work, people came to me and they said, well, what do you think about doing your work this way? Or they say, would you like to serve on this committee? Would you like to be one of the people on this national grant committee? And it's almost like I go, yes, okay, I'll try. And I have these inferiority complexes all the time. But I do think that it is important to be able to go through these doorways and appreciate that they present you with a whole lot of wonderful opportunities. And it does introduce other layers of complexity. And in terms of awards, I think that one thing, and this is based on scientific evidence, women underestimate their capacity and men overestimate. Sorry, any guys on the call. Men overestimate. So if there's a job, if there's an award, a woman will look at it and say, oh, I don't think I qualify enough for that. And they're also just don't want to inconvenience people to apply for awards. One of the things that I'm working on with IEEE is to stop having to get other people to nominate us for awards, because I don't like having to invite other people to nominate me. I'd rather just be able to say, here are my credentials, please consider me. But I still don't like myself going, oh, there's an award, I should apply for that. Certainly the awards that I've received, I haven't. And, I don't get all different awards. Even with the credentials, my track record, the impact I've had on industry, I've applied for IEEE Fellow twice and failed. So, I don't fit the mould, but we all should allow ourselves to step up, and you should be looking around at other women and think about who you can nominate. And I try and make sure I nominate other women too.
Thank you very much, Caroline. So before we end the session, I would like to share a token of appreciation for you, taking your time early in the morning to share your work and experience with us. So there you go.
Thank you very much.
So we will also be sharing this via email, so it reaches you.
Oh, thank you very much for having me.
I think if there are no other comments from the audience or yourself, we can call this an end. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I request everyone to switch on their camera so that we can capture this moment.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for joining us, and have a lovely evening, day. Bye-bye. Take care.
Enjoy the rest of the conference. It seems fabulous.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.